So, schönen guten Morgen.
All right, good morning.
Und herzlich willkommen.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome to everyone. Also welcome to those who are not with us here in the room, but follow us via the live stream. It is wonderful that you have joined our conference. I'm very happy to have you all here. So many people, so many perspectives, languages, biographies. And I must confess, when I entered the room and looked around, I briefly thought, well, hopefully our cityscape will not be suffering. That's a statement of Chancellor Merkel, who talked about this cityscape as being too diverse. And I thought when I had a closer look, no, that's not true. This room looks like a normal society should look like. Diverse, vivid, sometimes contradictory, but not too uniform, too bitter and entrenched. We're not here to change our cityscape today. We are here to make our cityscape more visible, to talk about participation, justice, and the reality of a society that for a long time has become plural. Although some party headquarters or talk shows on TV have not fully understood that plurality. Yes, it's true. Migration determines the way our cities like, and it's so good to have that. And don't be afraid. We are making sure that our cities become more diverse, more interesting, and more just. Diversity is not an aesthetic challenge. It's a democratic achievement. And so therefore, we have gathered here to realistically show how our society, our cityscapes look like. Not like some populists want our cities to be, but truly we are looking at a vivid democracy, a democracy that some populists don't like and they turn away from it. We came here to talk about migration, participation, and a sense of belonging. These are topics that do not destroy the beauty of our cityscapes. They explain, they deepen our cityscapes, and they make cityscapes more beautiful. Well, between open arms and closed borders, a decade of flight and arrival in Germany. That is the title of our expert conference today. So we would like to look back at 10 years of development. We'd like to look at what humanity, empathy, and solidarity can achieve. We'd like to talk about what is possible when empathy is stronger than fear. 2015 and 2022, two turning points in history that have shown what is possible when people have leadership, when people, administrations, municipalities can show what they really can do. Yes, there were many challenges, there were problems, and there were conflicts. But in spite of all of that, the majority of our society was very resilient in spite of the terror of a right-wing extremist and racist minority that always tries to use all the problems around us to get some political capital. Even representatives of democratic parties believe in those instigators, those right-wing instigators, every day, and we see it also during TV talk shows. But we do not only want to look back today, we'd like to learn from the experience of our last decade in order to shape our future. Because the success of all those who have made the arrival of those looking for protection possible are not often recognized. We rather see a political and medial narrative that overemphasizes problems, doesn't talk about success, and does not talk enough about progress. Migration, as it seems, is something that people don't want to see as something successful. They rather stick to the narrative of being overtaxed and overburdened. But we would like to take a closer and more differentiated look. We must make sure that we overcome barriers and racism in order to develop our societies today and in the future. Today, we'd like to look back, but we also would like to take a look into the future. Thank you for coming here to share your knowledge, your experience, your visions here in this room and also far beyond Berlin. Some of you have traveled from far away. Some even came across the ocean in order to share their transatlantic perspectives with us.
All the way to share your knowledge and perspectives. We are truly happy to have you here with us. Vielen Dank. Und mehrere aktuelle
Thank you very much. And we are going to also give you more information about the topics we addressed during this conference on our migration policy portal Heimatkunde. Today we had many cooperation partners, the German Center for Integration and Migration Research, the CIM, Dr. Noah Haar, Dr. Friederike Römer, Dr. Lukas Fuchs, Dr. Niklas Harder, and Dr. Elias Steinhilper represent this German Center for Integration and Migration Research. Thank you for your expertise, your advice, your support. I also would like to thank my colleagues of the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, Andrea Meinecke, Lotte Schulz, and the event management team. Thank you for your wonderful support. I wish us all an inspiring, interesting conference full of interesting discussions, new findings, and productive networking. And now I would like to hand over to Dr. Noah. The floor is yours, Noah.
Danke, lieber Mekonnen.
Thank you, dear Mekonnen. Dear guests, I'm very happy to see so many of you here. Also, on behalf of the German Center for Integration and Migration Research, I would like to welcome you to our conference. Let me repeat again. The title of the conference is Between Open Arms and Closed Border, a Decade of Flight and Arrival in Germany. I'm very happy that you have gathered here in Berlin and have traveled from far away to join us here in Berlin. And it shows that this is a topic that we are still interested in. It's interesting from a personal, political, and societal perspective. For 7 years, our institute has focused on these issues because we do research about migration, integration, racism, discrimination, and we contribute to the development of a rational debate instead of an over-emotional and not always fact-based discussion. I'd like to cite a book that I found quite interesting. We are all migrants, a history of multicultural Germany. The book was published in 2019 in German. That's another history of the Germans. Plumper shows that migration has never been an exceptional fact. This was always part of German history. The ethno-nationalist identity was never a standard, a norm. It was always a short-lived political construct. True German identity, says Plumper, was always plural, different, and the present of many different people. Since we see discussions about closing borders and remigration, it was so good to read that book, to learn about all the diverse aspects of migration in Germany. It was also interesting to read about how normal it was to integrate into society. And that showed that Germany has always been a country of migration, always over centuries characterized by migration. When we look at the last decades, there were two different movements. In 2015, hundreds of thousands of people came from Syria, and the Chancellor of Germany, in an act of humanitarian acceptance, opened the borders. In 2022, once again, hundreds of thousands came from Ukraine, in particular women and children. When the Ukrainians arrived, some acceptance structure had already been closed down, but many municipalities could draw on their experience of 2015 and test new instruments. But there was a major difference. For Ukrainians, for the first time, the EU mass immigration directive came into force. That meant they had immediate protection and direct access to healthcare, schools, social support, and the labor market. Syrian refugees had to go through asylum procedures. Until 2015, this was pragmatically handled, and people were given a protection status. When we look at the last decade, we can say it was a decade where refugees were treated in different ways. There were some refugees who got liberal access to the labor market. Other refugees had a position that was worse. In 2015, existing regulation was used, and the asylum packages 1 and 2 included both liberalization and a tightening of the rules. At the same time, all refugees with a recognition status of over 50% received easy access to the labor market. And there were also good integration successes. 2/3 of the Syrian refugees that had come to Germany in 2015 have a job today. That shows that integration in the labor market can succeed and has succeeded. The Federal Office for Migration and Refugees in 2023 said that all naturalization into Germany were made by Syrians. They are the largest group of refugees that were naturalized. They see their future in Germany, and they integrate with responsibility in our societies. So language courses, labor market access are factors that make it possible to get integrated. When we look back, in spite of all the challenges, we can say the state, both on a federal, state and municipal level, has taken action, has created new participation instruments, especially when it comes to the labor market, which is crucial for successful integration. Here, humanitarian values coincide with national interests because we have a shortage of labor because of our own demographic situation. An aging society like the German one depends on immigration in order to secure prosperity, social participation. But we also compete with other Western governments, other states, as far as immigration is concerned. So the real question is not how to limit migration, but rather how to become an attractive country for immigration. It is about time we have different debates how we shape our life, how we see diversity as part of our identity, how we can stand up successfully against racism and discrimination, and how Germany can be interesting and attractive for everyone today and in the future. Today we have a conference where we'd like to look back at the time period between the culture of open arms and the new closed borders policy. We'd like to look at diversity not as an exception but as a normal component of our society. That means we have to analyze how integration, participation, and anti-discrimination can be successful, and where we still have structural and symbolical borders. Migration must no longer be seen as a conflict between the others and the Germans. We must see migration as part of a common and diverse entire community. And we have to talk about how we can shape our society. Political and societal participation must include the experience of everyone that have gone through migration, because migration history is a history of many people in the immigration country of Germany. Diversity is not a risk that needs to be mitigated. Diversity is typical for the way in which we live together today and will live together in the future. Today we'd like to look at a certain time span, and we like to look beyond that. Let's talk about not just a stock-taking exercise. Let's also talk about where do we want to be as a society in 10 years from now. Hopefully we will have a constructive, good debate. We will look at the things that have happened and the things that may and should happen. I would like to thank the Böll Foundation for their participation, their invitation, and hopefully we will have an interesting conference day. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Noah. Und an der Stelle möchte ich nicht viel Zeit verlieren.
I don't want to spend much time. I'd just like to hand over to Miriam Kamara. She will be our host today.
Sie ist Gründerin und
She is a founder and managing director of ACOMA, Bildung und Kultur. There she manages projects regarding empowerment, human rights, cultural and political education. And Miriam Kamara is also a speaker, a freelance speaker regarding topics pertaining to decolonial structures, migration, and everything that has to do with diversity and pluralism. Miriam, welcome to you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you, Mekonnen. Thank you, Noah. We've been friends for many years, and I'm very happy to be invited to this conference. You have already introduced me. At any rate, I can say everything I do always is focused on society. I critically assess society. I also look at the fringes to see who are the marginalized groups, and whatever I do, I always want to make sure that everything includes also those more marginalized groups of our population so that we can live together in solidarity and pluralism. Today's new moon, wonderful day for this conference. New moon always means let go the things that are not good for you and welcome the things that we need to shape a better today and tomorrow. This is what we plan to do in the course of this conference day. We are going to have discussions. We are also going to have workshops and poetry. There will be 2 time slots where we will hear poems and art. Poetry gives us access to many topics and gives us an opportunity to find answers. We have experts here today. We have people here that are focused on migration, marginalization, asylum policy. We have people from the academia, from the political groups and civil society, and we would like to have a discussion with civil society. Civil society is also important for active work. They are the heart of everything we do, because in society the things then happen that will shape policy. I attended the Biennale in Sao Paulo, Brazil, a couple of weeks ago, and the title of the Biennale was Humanity as a Practice. And for today's conference, I wish to have humanity as a practice. We would like to celebrate humanity as a social practice, as a political, economic, ecological and legal practice. And I also would like to welcome all of you. I'm very happy to have you here. And now, I would like to welcome our first guests. There are 2 things we have in common. Next year, both of us are going to turn 50. So maybe we'll have a celebration, a birthday party next year together. Beyond that, we are going to introduce you. Professor Oliver Jung is a professor for administrative law. He used to be the governing mayor of Goslar between 2011 to 2021. At the moment, he's once again focusing on administrative law. He's a professor focusing on municipal law at the Department for Administrative Science at the University of Applied Science in Harz. He studied in Marburg and Bayreuth. He wrote his PhD on the topic of the connexity principle in the Bavarian Constitution. Welcome to you. Welcome, Professor Oliver Jung.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction.
Diesem 17. Januar, also
Da werde ich 50, ja.
Yeah, well, I will turn 50 on the 17th of January, and that is something that I dread, and I cannot understand how you can simply make that remark.
Ja, das macht mich echt fertig, ja.
Well, yeah, it is quite dreadful.
Das Konnexitätsprinzip in der Bayerischen
So the
Verfassung.
principle of connexity in the Bavarian Constitution, that means translated, well, whoever
Das liest sich nicht so ganz.
orders, whatever they order, they will get. It is difficult. I wrote 378 pages without any pictures. There are still some copies available,
Es eignet sich richtig gut, wenn man abends nicht einschlafen kann.
and it is a good reading before going to sleep. Whoever suffers from insomnia, you don't have to drink a bottle of red wine. You can just read my PhD thesis, and I will gladly give you a copy.
Zunächst mal vielen herzlichen Dank für
First
diese
of all, thank
freundliche
you so
Einladung,
much for inviting me.
die mir tatsächlich geholfen hat.
This
Ich habe ganz viel
invitation
Freude entwickelt, auch bei
helped
der
me,
Vorbereitung, denn
and I had so much fun
Oberbürgermeister.
preparing this conference. For 4 years, it's been 4 years since I left the office of mayor.
In allen
Being a
Kommunen,
mayor
auch
in
Goslar.
Goslar was
Und
difficult,
es hat mir die Möglichkeit gegeben, tatsächlich da
and the
auch
entire
mal
topic of
kritisch
migration
und
was
ein bisschen
difficult. And
selbstkritisch Rückblick,
this conference
zu
gave me
halten,
the
was haben wir da
opportunity
eigentlich
to
gemacht, was habe ich
reflect on what
Aber jetzt nicht,
we did
um
in Goslar,
es
what
nur
I
einfach
did in my
so
office.
zu erzählen und die Zeit rumzukriegen,
And
sondern
I do not simply want to talk about it,
auch mit Ihnen
but
zu entwickeln,
rather
vielleicht dann auch später
also
noch
try
mal
to develop
Podium, was können wir vielleicht einfach auch
maybe
anders und besser
different
machen?
strategies
Wo hapert's
jointly
konkret?
also later on in the panel
Und ich möchte
discussion
weg von
and
dem
look at
Thema,
what the
wie ist
issues
das
were.
abstrakt,
And I would like to move away from
gesamtgesellschaftliche Aufgabe und Verantwortung. Wir
topics
schaffen
like
das,
what is the society's responsibility, how to shape the face of the city. I would rather talk in detail about what it looks like in practice in Goslar, in a city that has 50,000 inhabitants. In Germany,
Ost-West, ja,
we like to talk about the East-West divide,
mehr über kleine Kommunen, mittlere
but
Kommunen.
we should rather talk about municipalities, small and large municipalities, and focus on that because there are fundamental differences there. We need to talk about the structures and the municipal
Dominiert von Vertreterinnen und Vertretern.
administrative structures because they are not looked at in detail.
Ja, eine Vorbemerkung zum Thema.
Just a preliminary
Wir
remark
schaffen
on
das. Da steht ja so ein bisschen über
this
allem.
so-called
Ich darf
sentence, "We will manage it"
vorwegnehmen
by
oder diese
Merkel.
Vorbemerkung
Wir
mal
schaffen das.
reinschicken, dass das Thema tatsächlich
This
nicht geschafft hat und nicht nur meine Frau.
is something that
Viele andere sagen auch,
I had to deal with.
wahrscheinlich wäre ich auch heute wieder als Oberbürgermeister von Ihnen eingeladen worden oder es würde die Veranstaltung
I believe that even if I were still mayor there
das Thema
in
Flüchtlinge
Goslar, I would have been invited today. In any
2015,
case,
2016 nicht mit dieser Wucht erlebt hätten. Man kann auch
I
anders
think-
formulieren, wenn ich zu dem Thema einfach gar nichts gesagt hätte.
I would have also been invited if I hadn't made clear statements on that topic of migration. During the next few minutes, I would like to explain the situation that we had in Goslar and why I said that we need to take a different approach to migration and refugees.
Aber möchte dann auch erklären,
So I would like to talk about that, but I also would like to explain why
nicht erreichen könnte. Hab
what
dann mal
I pictured was not achievable,
konkrete Gründe zusammengefasst und möchte auch
and I gathered 10 very specific reasons for that and would like to make some personal remarks as well. I'm not sure who among you has visited Goslar before. Raise your hands. It is a beautiful city. Wow, so many
Das
people.
sind ja ganz wunderbar viele Menschen. Haben Sie einen Gruppenausflug gemacht oder waren Sie
Did you
da
take a
einzeln?
group? Did you make a group excursion to the city,
Goslar hat tatsächlich
or did you go there on your own? Well, Goslar
mehrfach in den vergangenen
has been blessed
über 1000 Jahren
a few times, and it's more than 1,000 years history. It was quite a wealthy city, As part of the Hanse in medieval times, you can see that we have beautiful houses.
Und dann vor allem Glück gehabt im Zweiten Weltkrieg.
And it was also spared during the Second World War. Goslar was too small.
Wäre natürlich Goslar da im
Brunswick
Nazi-Exil
and Hildesheim
gewesen, die
are the largest cities, and of course Goslar would have also been a target of the bombs, but the war had already come to an end, so it was spared. If Goslar had been a little larger, Goslar probably wouldn't have received the protection of part of World Cultural Heritage that it did receive in 1992.
Irgendwann mal und vielleicht auch bis
It was a beautiful city, and it remained that until about 2011. However, then the people of Goslar were not satisfied anymore and voted my predecessor out of office. Until 1989, 1990, it was quite a quaint city. It was located on the border. Also, there was mining there until 1988, and the chemical industry was situated there.
Sind die Berliner unterwegs gewesen und haben Urlaub gemacht.
And people came on holidays there.
1989, Goslar ist auf
And then in 1990,
1989, kann man auch an der Einwohnerzahl ablesen.
There was still a boom until 1992. So people moved there, but then population decreased rapidly. The location of the federal army was removed from there. The entire region was not attractive to tourism anymore, because in other regions in other parts of the Harz, there were more attractive places. The industry moved away from that region, and thus population decreased rapidly. So about 600 people per year moved away from Goslar. And in a city that has 50,000 inhabitants, that does make a difference, and that was the reason why I was voted into office in 2011.
Und mein Ansatz war es dann zu sagen, wenn wir diesen
My approach was the following.
Bevölkerungsrückgang nicht stoppen,
If we cannot halt that immense decrease in population,
immer weiter runter,
the city will inevitably
wir haben diese Gedanken eben schon,
go down a spiral,
weil du Infrastruktur und Attraktivität immer weiter abbauen
because
musst.
infrastructure and other factors that make the cities attractive will decrease, because the infrastructure will be removed, such as education, institutions, schools, and healthcare. And if you remove that infrastructure further and further, then nobody will have reasons to move into the city.
Arbeit ist da, Betriebe sind da, wo Menschen gerne leben.
And my motto was always that we can only create jobs if we do have housing. And so I thought we need to take a different approach. We need to think about how to make the city attractive to people, to attract new inhabitants. And I said, if we cannot manage that, the city of Goslar will only be managed by a director of a museum. Goslar will become an open-air museum that is nice to visit on a Sunday afternoon, but it will not be a center of economy anymore.
Zu dem Thema Attraktivität und Diskurs und Vielfalt.
When it comes to attractiveness in a city, discourse, attractiveness in a city,
Und ich hatte dann die Idee,
my approach was that events are always part of that. And my idea was
in die Waschkaue Jahr für Jahr zwei
to
Menschen einzuladen, die einfach miteinander diskutieren.
annually invite two people to an event center to have discussions, controversial discussions.
Immer gesammelt. Und im Jahr 2014
In 2014, Jürgen Trittin and Peter Gauweiler participated in such a discussion in Goslar, and that was quite a success. My task was not to give a speech, but rather to let to introduce the two and to welcome them,
ein aktuelles Thema im Rahmen dieser Veranstaltung angesprochen.
And to also approach a topic that is of relevance in those events. Well, you might say, Mr. Jung, you were still quite naive. Well, I wasn't 50 at that time. I hadn't turned 50 yet. My approach was that we were doing something wrong. Take a look at that date. It was a year before Merkel said, we'll manage this. And even a year before, there were already tents and containers to house refugees in Hanover and other cities. And I already said that we have the wrong approach. We need to look at small and medium-sized cities, municipalities that can welcome refugees, where there are empty apartments that have a strong civil society that can contribute to finding solutions.
Das Thema Chancen viel stärker in den Blick nehmen und müssen.
And I already thought that we need to take a look at this entire issue as an opportunity.
Der Ansatz, was ich unterschätzt hatte, war, dass das
However, I had underestimated something,
und dann letztlich eine Art von
which was that the press had gotten that information, and then suddenly there was a hype.
Der das nicht nur alles negativ sieht.
Regional press outlets came to me and said, well, finally we have a mayor who sees the opportunities, who does not only see it as an issue.
Haben natürlich auch,
And of course,
ja, das ist klar. Jetzt muss ich glaube, ich war damals noch CSU-Mitglied, ich weiß es gar nicht mehr, oder
at the time I think I was part of the Christian Democratic Party, which I am still today. So people said, well, that person, he just wants to get some attention.
nachgelegt inhaltlich, also es ist nicht bei diesen 3 oder 5 Minuten an dem Abend geblieben, sondern habe versucht, ganz konkrete
Then I explained myself, and I wanted to make very specific suggestions. I
Region basteln. Ich habe dafür geworben,
suggested that we could become a model region, that we shouldn't change the Königsteiner key, however, that we could integrate and house refugees outside of the large cities. And I wasn't dreaming, because Göttingen had already implemented this strategy
ganz sicher.
together with Hannoverisch Gmünden, if I remember correctly. And I said that
Von anderen Kommunen im Sinne von finanziellen Lasten übernehmen, aber ich glaube, dass wir in
I do not want to take a financial burden. However, I do believe that we can integrate migrants into our society in a much better way than they can in large cities. So when I prepared for this event, I, of course, also tried to find some older pictures, some that I have found. Of course, I do not have access to all of the pictures that are stored in the mayor's office. However, I found some pictures that I had stored on my computer, and I do believe, looking at these pictures, that we achieved quite a lot. We developed networks in the city. We built several models in the specific parts of the city and built networks there. To me, it was important to not solely rely on volunteers, however, to also create structures and create jobs. That isn't quite as easy as it is said, because I wasn't able to allocate the funds on my own. However, we were able to create jobs to support the volunteers in achieving this task. Some beautiful stories. I remembered Barat, a young boy
Töchter, also alle noch
who
schulpflichtig.
went then to kindergarten. I have 4 daughters who at the time were in kindergarten, and when I dropped them off at kindergarten, Barat was there as well. And when I saw him for the first time, he wasn't able to speak one word of German, and the mother wasn't able to do so either. And his brother, I believe he was 18 years old, a lot older than Barat, didn't speak a word of German either. And I could see for myself how he was progressing every day, and he learned more and more German every day. So Barat was someone I saw every day, and I could really see that the effort then pays off.
Also von dieser Zeitung Die Welt, die tollen Jungs von Goslar, das waren
Then we had the boys of Goslar, the pupils at the school there, whose story was also covered by the newspaper Die Welt. So they also learned German quite quickly. And they were also integrated into the labor market later on.
geschafft. Ja. So, was wir nicht geschafft haben.
Something that we did not achieve. Well, Goslar achieved, was able to manage migration, was able to welcome the migrants.
Und das heißt, in Goslar ist es im Grunde so gelaufen wie in vielen anderen Städten auch. Viel Ehrenamt.
However, many volunteers, we relied heavily on volunteers as well, just as other municipalities did.
Und ich habe jetzt mal versucht mitzubringen,
What I tried to
die zentralen
summarize here today is what were the underlying reasons for me not achieving certain things.
Haben noch viel mehr kleine und Mittelstädte das so gemacht, wie ich mir das für Goslar vorgestellt habe.
Meaning that I didn't achieve to apply that model in that Goslar model on a larger scale.
Sondern
First of all, this wasn't an idea that the community in the city had. It was an idea that I had developed. However, we did not include the society, the community of the city in a process of participation in several discussions. However, it was an idea that I had and that I brought to the table during this event, meaning that I had no allies. I had no allies in the administrative branch because they said, well, what have you gotten up to now? And also not in the city council because I was not part of a group in the council. And so they met me with quite some resistance. And in the city's communities, well, I had some friends with the left party. However, apart from that, there were not many people who were so happy about my idea, meaning that I was quite alone in the beginning.
Eine kleine Stadtgesellschaft.
We do have a small community in Goslar, and they felt overwhelmed. There was so much media coverage, also on a federal level, in federal television.
Flüchtlinge braucht, weil hier ist alles doll.
The coverage was such that, well, migrants are needed in these small cities because otherwise they have no future. So that does something to the community because they are proud as well, and they like to contest. They say that, well, we do not have empty apartments. The city is not going to go down the drain. And what does it mean if there are so many migrants coming in? Will the rents rise? Will there still be spots for our children in kindergarten? And are there not other things that we should look at in Goslar? So this has something to do with the first reason that I mentioned, participation, how to include the community. So I do believe that the community was overwhelmed at that point.
Thirdly, well, the media criticize the politicians. I can criticize the politicians because I'm no longer one of them. The local media, of course, was not helpful at all. Quite the opposite is true. Local newspapers did just one thing.
Die überregionalen Medien, die über Goslar geschrieben haben, zu berichten.
Repeated the things that were said by the national media. They repeated the things said by the national media about Goslar. They did not enter the discussion. They did not talk about why some things do work and why some things don't work. Of course, it is possible to dispute. It's possible to have a discussion, and I would never say that everything worked immediately well. All our efforts were immediately successful. But trying out things is important. We had no blueprint to follow.
Also deshalb spreche ich ja auch bis heute mit denen nicht.
And so that is why I'm no longer talking to the municipal rural media.
Keine Unterstützung von Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus
Got
der Kommune.
no support from our colleagues in the municipal family. Everybody
Spitze der
has gone
Bewegung
into
waren diese
hiding.
Landräte aus
The
Miltenberg, die Flüchtlinge
chief administrators from Miltenberg, they brought the refugees to Ms. Merkel in Berlin to show that integration doesn't work. And everybody said, well, Oliver, this is not a good topic for you to develop your political career. You have to be a bit more careful.
keine Kolleginnen, Kollegen, Bürgermeister
There was no mayor, no councillor who said, Oliver, that's a good idea. How can we develop that further? I also have some ideas. Nobody said that. Which meant as a mayor, you were left alone as far as this topic is concerned. And county administrator said, well, you are a mayor, but you are not the mayor of a standalone city. You are the mayor of a larger town that belongs to a district. You are not the only one to take decisions. You better be silent because I'm the chief administrator of that district and I'm going to have a say. Not you as the mayor. Of course, that this administrator came to my town and looked for housing. Well, that's of course clear.
Dann das Land Niedersachsen.
Then the federal state of Lower Saxony.
Da gibt es ja den aktuellen Bundesverteidigungsminister.
We have the federal minister of defense today who has no clear-cut idea about how to draft people to the army, but he is celebrated as the superstar, political superstar. And the Social Democrats would have won the last election had Boris Pistorius, our present Minister of Defense, been a candidate, would have run for Chancellor. But he didn't want to do that. And in 2015, he didn't feel like talking to Goslar. He didn't feel like developing a model together with us to show that we can provide some support for the bigger cities. Let's try a pilot project. In Göttingen, some models are being developed. Let's roll that out to other towns. Let's develop a budget. Let's bundle our efforts and forces. He didn't do that. He just said,
Wenn du da so begeistert bist von
you know,
Flüchtlingen,
if you're so happy about the refugees, we are going to set up a reception center in Goslar, and now you can prove how to do that in a good way. There was an empty hotel in our town, and he found that hotel in Hahn and Klee. I mean, if you've ever been to Goslar, you might have gone to the municipal district of Hahn and Klee. There are 900 people living there, and it takes you half an hour to drive there by car. And there are just a few hotels. I mean, those smaller municipalities, they cannot handle everything independently. You need a certain size of an urban community. You need enough volunteers for integration to work in a meaningful way.
Grenzschutzstandorten und
I already talked about the fact that after German unification, the German army barracks were closed down, and also the Minister of the Interior went to the old barracks and said, well, we can have refugee centers, could develop something here in the former barracks. Finally, he didn't succeed in doing that, but had he succeeded, he might have the barracks today that we would need in order to replenish our army forces. And another problem that usually happens is everything takes too long. That's our problem.
Zeitverzögert aufgesetzt haben
and also
Ich habe eben schon mal gesagt,
political
es gibt Zeltstädte und Container.
Organizations dragged their feet. They took decisions too slowly. There were 10 cities in the beginning, and 1 year later, the Chancellor said, we will manage to do that. Wir schaffen das. But 10 months or even 12 months had passed before that was finally said. In 2015, I already said we need more people working at the Federal Office for Migration and Refugees. They were talking and talking, but nobody ever increased the number of people working there in that federal office for migration and refugees. So there was a shortage of labor on that front. Those abstract talks in Berlin about cityscapes and whatever should be replaced by more meaningful decisions for local action. That is to say, municipalities must be given the opportunity and the resources to change things. Talking about cityscapes, I would want to make sure that we still have independent bakeries and butcher's shops. It would increase our cityscape indeed. And since we talked about the federal government and the slow decision-making procedures, you know, to have a federal country is a good thing. And I wouldn't want to do away with our federal structures. But a federal structure always has to make sure that our municipalities can work well. And a federal structure, in contrast to a central state like France, also has its weaknesses. And, I mean, we'd seen something like the weakness of our federal structure during the COVID period. It takes a long time to arrive at a decision. It takes longer in a federal state. I don't know, do you read Süddeutsche Zeitung? It's a national German newspaper. There was a report on a butcher from Würzburg in Bavaria. My mother lives in Würzburg, and that is why I was interested in that article. That butcher is Iranian. He was supposed to be deported 4 or 5 years when he was still an apprentice in a small butcher shop. And the whole village went to the district administration and said, this young man is our friend, we want him to stay. He stayed, and next to Würzburg Central Cathedral, he opened his own butcher shop, and he is a celebrity. I brought this photograph of that butcher because oftentimes our volunteers were disappointed, frustrated, because we had super integrated families and children, and all of a sudden they were still deported. And many volunteers, many entrepreneurs were really frustrated. They had done everything they could to integrate the people. And afterwards, when some people were deported, they said, I'm no longer going to volunteer. I'm no longer providing a job for refugees. This is a simple, unreflected reflex of the political structures, the so-called big parties, popular parties. They were not even able to stick together to arrive at a compromise when such a problem came. It did not concern the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, or the other parties used the refugee problem to attract voters and also create a discrepancy between the Berlin-based national government and the municipal structures. Oftentimes, district and municipal politicians just put the blame on Berlin, the central government. Now, coming back to our cities, our so-called cityscape, and the polarization of the people. After 2015, I have witnessed many demonstrations of some and counter-demonstration of other groups. I know my time is up, but allow me to mention a couple of more remarks. I was not the federal chancellor. I was a mayor in a small town of Goslar. I'd always been enthusiastic about municipal politics, and it was a pleasure for me to be the mayor. I enjoyed being that, and I was always very committed, as far as I can say. I wanted to do something with our city and our people. But then, if you get confronted with right-wing groups setting up demonstrations against you, publishing where you live, if you can't even use the main entrance to the city hall because of demonstrations, that has an effect on you. This is hatred. This is instigation. Of course, that decreases the attractiveness of such a public office. I felt it very personally. My family felt it. And even our house was attacked, not from a car from the main street, but massively. These people came from all sides, entering our gardens. And my wife said, I can no longer sleep here. We have to do something about the house. I'm not going to sleep here anymore without any protection. Of course, that has an effect on family life, and it also had an effect on me. It decreased, deplenished my energy, my power, and my willingness to be committed to municipal politics. Let me just briefly summarize, and Ms. Bendel, maybe you would like to join in then later on. We can say, yes, we were successful in Goslar. We are still being successful. And it's not just a topic for the town of Goslar. We have made so many things possible ever since 2014. But we did not do everything right everywhere. The open arms culture vanished very quickly. And the success of AfD, Alternative for Germany, the success of that party has something to do with migration. It is a party that tries to erode the confidence in policymakers. They say every day, those in power, they are not successful. They can't get it done. And that's what makes them successful. And in many areas, as far as our asylum and migration policy is concerned, we were not successful. And so this initial crisis regarding confidence in political structures turned into a fully-fledged democracy crisis. We need more people working on a municipal and state level. We do not just need participation programs, rehabilitation programs for districts. We do not just need programs in order to modernize schools. We need more freedom for decision-making and implementation of decisions on a municipal level. That will bring success. Thank you for listening to me.
Vielen Dank, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Jung. We are going to welcome you back on stage during our panel discussion. It was an interesting journey to see your town of Goslar and to hear about the history of you being mayor there. I'm looking forward to the ideas that we are going to hear by Professor Dr. Petra Bendel. She comes from Friedrich Alexander University. She's the head of the Migration, Escape and Integration Research Department. I'm not going to mention any years, but you got your PhD in 1996. That was the day when I passed my A-levels, and the Latin American party systems were the topic of your PhD thesis. At Friedrich Alexander University, you are heading the research department for migration, escape, and integration. You carry out many practical research projects. You're also a founder of the Center for Human Rights, Erlangen. Welcome to you.
Jetzt haben Sie mir kurz den Schweiß auf die Stirn getrieben, dass
Well,
der Jahrgang.
I was afraid you would mention also my birthday, because I'm soon going to have my birthday. Dear Mr. Jung, allow me just to come back to some of the topics that you have addressed. The question of integration policy is the federal constitution, the distribution of resources, the distribution also of refugees to the individual municipalities. But I also would like to address not so much the question of welcome and integration, but also isolation, closing borders. And I'd like to come back to the current refugee policy. That is quite a lot for the 10-minute input statement that was given to me. And that is why I would like to also just mention a few basic facts for our discussion later on. The Commission, Germany as a country of immigrant, where Oliver Jung and I were members of at the time, called for better cooperation between the political levels and the different policy fields. In 2015, we had chaos in the beginning because there was a lack of coordination between the federal government, the states and the municipalities, and there was also a lack of coordination between the different policy levels, starting with the EU, going down to the municipal level. Today, emergency mechanisms work better. Social workers, volunteers, and full-time workers coordinate things better. That has decreased our random ad hoc decisions. In 2016-17, we called for an integration policy that enables refugees to participate in society as quickly as possible. That was right in the beginning. Integration services were to be opened as soon as possible, and coordination was to take place on all levels. As integration research tells us, that can only succeed if the allocation of refugees and local authorities is accurate, is good. And you said for the mayors and the district councillors, they were just left alone. Refugee groups were sent to them and were to be distributed. But then the refugee said, I don't want to go to this and that place. I've got family, I've got friends elsewhere in Germany. I would like to go there. So this distribution mechanism still is not a systematic one. Because, first of all, you need to take into account what the municipality can shoulder and what the refugees can accept. At Erlangen University, together with 4 federal states and over 20 municipalities, we have worked together in order to develop a tool for the refugee allocation. It's called Match-In. You may know this instrument. It's a tool that we've developed, and I'm going to explain. The Königstein financial resources mechanism is remain as it is. And also the quota regulation is something we do not challenge. But we have developed a match-in algorithm. And that can better match the individual needs of the refugees with the resources of the community, of the municipalities. That makes it possible to improve the integration potential, and participation and integration can improve. Secondary migration can be avoided, because if people feel all right at the place where they're allocated, they won't try to migrate to other regions of Germany. We have tested this mechanism in a number of federal states. It worked well, and we can roll it out to others as well, especially for the Ukrainian refugees. We also have developed a mechanism beyond that quota in order to distribute them across the country. For housing and food of refugees, most municipalities depend on fresh money coming from the federal states and the national government. We can no longer work the way we did in 2016-17. It's not just about an initial supply. It's about long-term integration, access to housing, language courses, healthcare centers, nurseries, and schools, and labor market. Many municipalities do have the potential to achieve all that, but they need flexible, reliable, and durable financing, and they need enough staff in the local authorities. So we must not let municipalities alone. Municipalities and federal states could even check whether reliable integration work can be guaranteed by making it a mandatory task of the municipalities, because that would then mean resources in terms of money would have to be allocated to them. Of course, that's the connexity principle, Professor, over 300 pages that you wrote. That's one aspect. We have published a study regarding integration as a municipal mandatory task. And we did not just advocate making it mandatory for municipalities to shoulder all these burdens, but they need to have enough resources, especially when money is scarce. Voluntary tasks of municipalities will have to be reduced. Individual participation depends on continuous efforts taken on the ground, taken in the municipalities. And municipalities really creates also cohesion and helps to set up a resilient and diverse overall community. How diverse and how resilient are we already? How polarized are we presently? Here, we can, as scientists, can rely on opinion polls. I think, Professor, you also quoted one opinion poll saying that 81% of the Germans see our society as being polarized and split. And of course, if you see your citizen only as opponents, then they say the main reason for that is immigration, climate protection, and the support for Ukraine. I'm quoting this data from the EDEM study. Hans Vorlanger in Dresden published this study in October this year. It's the so-called polarization barometer. And also the Human Rights Council of the United Nations said last year that in the United States and also in Germany and Europe in general, there are more and more efforts to sort of instigate hatred, and also more and more hate-based offenses are being committed. Commissioner Turk said, political leadership based on human rights and a fact-based debate is the antidote to all of this. Human rights and a fact-based debate. Only in this way we can face the real challenges that people see in such areas as health, housing, employment, and social protection. End of quotation. So, if we have a polarized debate, like in asylum seekers and refugees, it is necessary now to look at the norms and standards, and we need to make a differentiated diagnosis and develop and promote evidence-based solutions. And that is the task of the academia, of think tanks, and political foundations. In my experience, there is a definite need for a differentiation and reflection. We need to, once again, think about the human rights, the standards in terms of human rights that we have. And surveys prove me right. More and Coming in their publication of 2025, they've published an article saying, talking constructively, 5 questions for sustainable immigration society. I quote, there's a desire among population for a differentiated approach, and it was a large survey conducted among 4,400 respondents in Germany and across that also in Europe. We need no binary yes and no patterns. We need various aspects, coexistence, compassion, participation of all responsible institutions. And we also need to find convincing visions for the future of our immigration societies. Instead of that, we see trends
erhobenen Forderungen geradezu entgegenläufige
that
Tendenzen.
are quite contrary to what we've demanded in 1617. If we want to have a human rights-based foreign migration policy, we, of course, need also structures to promote the rights of those seeking protection in border regions. We are currently seeing an expansion of safe countries of origin and transit without the involvement of the Bundesrat. Despite concerns under international and European law, we are hearing ongoing discussions about determination the protection status of refugees in transit or third countries. We see a repatriation office that hardly ever mentions human rights, where the Commission calls for a so-called actively shaped refugee reception that creates security for those seeking protection, is better planned and more socially acceptable. We are seeing currently a refugee policy of rejections at the borders, also for asylum seekers. We see a policy that suspends the family reunification rights. They suspend the humanitarian admission programs and the resettlement for the most vulnerable. At all political levels, current discourse and legislation talks about a threat to existing international, regional, national and local protection norms and standards for people in need of protection. We see that access to protection is increasingly made more difficult. We see that with German support, people are being returned to countries where their lives and physical integrity is at risk. Here I'm talking about the Federal Reception Program for Afghanistan. But anyone who takes international and EU law and German constitution seriously and who wants to have a protection of the vulnerable must take a different approach. It is not enough, it is not admissible to abolish and undermine fundamental protection standards. Of course, rights are not a right in themselves, because rights can be granted or revoked, as we currently see also in migration research. Whether we want to do this is something we need to ask, because the legal standards were developed because of historical experience, and they should guide all our actions. And that means, what are the norms and standards and values that we would like to uphold, and what course of action would result in that? And that talks about what we can do. First of all, we must provide better support to countries of first reception for refugees, and we must also monitor in how far they guard the rights. We must demand that violation of the laws in Europe and its borders be stopped and punished. We can use the facts, the clear-cut facts, instead of just vague terms such as irregular migration or even illegal migration, as our Minister of the Interior called it. We have to have a debate about illegal migration, but we can make the debate more rational instead of overly dramatic. If you have clear-cut figures and evidence basis, you would see that the situation oftentimes is very different, and also border controls are oftentimes classified as not being admissible. If we would like to protect the vulnerable, and that's the debate where oftentimes the right-wing forces say it's not the vulnerable that come to Germany, it's the strong young man. But if we want to really protect those in need of protection, we must focus on the most vulnerable and the most persecuted. But that also means we cannot withdraw the humanitarian reception and acceptance program. If we are honest, we must recognize that many of the fears that people have not to do with migration. It rather goes back to housing policy, healthcare policy, employment and social policy. We need to de-migrant or the debate. We must make sure that municipalities get reliable, ongoing support, are not being left alone in order to strengthen our social cohesion. All of us can make one thing clear. The right of the Geneva Convention on Refugees and Asylum Law in Germany, given the history of persecution of Jews, injustice, persecution of minorities. We developed these policies particularly for this historical reason, and that is why we need to safeguard it. I would like to thank you.
Bleiben Sie ruhig. Wo Sie möchten, außer ganz außen.
You may sit where you want to. Well, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Petra Bendel. This is where I am sitting. Well, you might take a seat in any other seat.
Wir haben jetzt das Panel und
we're going to have a panel discussion. And I am already emotionally involved, but also on a factual level. There is so much that we have gotten so much food for thought for our discussion, so please come onto the stage. Professor Dr. Oliver Jung, Engelhard Matzanke, and Karl Kopp. Let me welcome you to the stage.
So. Ich werde Sie beide nicht noch mal vorstellen.
I will not introduce the two of you again. I do believe that most people know who you are. They have already gotten a good idea of that. I will now introduce Karl Kopp. He is the co-managing director of Pro Asyl. He is a social scientist and has been working with the Office of the humanitarian organization Pro Asyl since 1992 in Frankfurt am Main. Since August of 23, he has been working as the co-managing director of Pro Asyl and also co-managing director of the working organization of Pro Asyl. There are many things that I could mention. However, I will maybe touch upon those things later on during our discussion. A very warm welcome from my side, Mr. Kopp.
Und last but not least haben wir
And last but not least, Engelhard Matzanke, Director of the Berlin Migration Authority, which used to be called the Berlin Foreigners Office. He studied law and worked at the Berlin Senate Administration for asylum law, and since 2012 he has been the Director of the Berlin Migration Authority. Welcome, Dr. Matzanke. I would like to start with you, Mr. Matzanke. You listened to the two contributions, and you are in an office that is characterized by policymaking. Is German asylum policy making aligned with humanitarian rights, human rights? What are your thoughts on that?
Also da würde ich einfach nur Ja zu sagen, ein bisschen Zeit zu
Yes.
lassen, Ihnen einen unmittelbaren
I would
Eindruck
like
zu
to
geben,
give
den
you
ich
a
hatte,
very clear answer and give you some
Ihrer beiden
insights.
Vorträgen, also insbesondere von Ihnen, Herrn Jung, vielleicht auch die Diskussion gleich
Dr.
ein
Jung,
bisschen in die Richtung zu befeuern.
your
weil es
presentation
geht
gave
um die
me
Frage
some
von
insights as well.
Teilhabe nach
We are
einem
looking at the question of participation and flight after a decade of also discussion on borders. Borders also touch upon voluntary work and other things. Let me tell you about my stance, which might be contrary to your approach, Dr. Jung. We are still called the Foreigners Office de jure, but since 2001 we renamed the authority. There's a 69% of the refugees who are under 29 years old, and 34% above that.
Wir sind Teil der Berliner Stadtgesellschaft, aber wir sind nicht das.
A large part of our employees are women. However, we do not represent Berlin. Of course, when Goslar talks about Berlin, they talk about the federal level. However, we are a regional authority as well. We like to talk about ourselves as a migration authority, as we have done for for some time, because we are a city of migration in a country of migration. We are the most attractive city when it comes to migration. However, we are also largely responsible for most deportations as well.
Herr Jung, ist, dass sich die Situation für uns
What came to mind, Dr. Jung, our situation was quite different than what you talked about.
Und da gab es ja damals dieses Schlagwort Lageso.
In 2015,
Lea war nie das Lageso und wir hatten auch keine Krise 15.
we had quite a different situation.
Unsere Lektion gelernt und letzter Gedanke, über den ich
We did not experience a crisis. However, we had some learnings that we took from that time. In 2022,
die Zivilgesellschaft, Politik,
there was something quite surprising. Civil society and policymakers.
Und die ist komplett anders gelaufen. Die ist komplett anders gelaufen als 15.
Joined forces, and the entire situation with Ukrainian refugees was completely different than it was in 2015 with Syrian refugees. And I do believe that there are reasons for that. We need to talk about why in 2022 we had an entirely different picture than in 2016 and 15. And I do believe that there are several reasons for that. I do believe that we have the resources to welcome many people also on a short term. Quite quickly, we do need migration also from a humanitarian perspective. We do have that responsibility. But I do believe that we have the resources. In 2010, the city of Berlin had 3.2 million inhabitants, and 3 million of those had a German passport. We have more inhabitants now, however, still have 3 million inhabitants inhabitants that have a German passport. We will welcome more than 40,000 people this year, and they wouldn't even be able to fit in the Olympia Stadium. There are so many people without a German passport in the city. 200,000, however, were welcomed and integrated because of humanitarian reasons. So this city, this country said out for humanitarian reasons to welcome these people. I do believe that we can be proud of that. So I would like to answer your question with a very clear yes. Mr. Kopp, I would also like to give you the opportunity to react. You work in a different institution. Pro Asyl, of course, is an organization that is very critical. What are your thoughts on what you have just heard? Our name says it all, Pro Asyl. We are an organization helping asylum seekers when there are breaches of human rights. We help with refugees. So we are not a very traditional migration organization. The Summer of Solidarity in 2015 was a turning point. It was an event for us to rejoice, and even 10 years after that, we are still happy that there are so many people who made it, many refugees who made it. Of course, there were restrictions, legal restrictions, in the past 10 years. And however, many refugees made it, and we have a civil society that in 2020, but also in 2022, but also in 2015, largely contributed to this success. Of course, in 2022, within 10 months, we had about 1 million people coming. That is a challenge. And with the right framework conditions, but especially with the structure that was already in place that had survived the time of 2015, we were able to achieve this. And that is something that we would like to honor as well. In these times, it is important to underline that because it is often forgotten. If you had asked me that question in 2022, 23, if you would have asked me that question about human rights, I would have said that Germany is still important, as a country to welcome refugees. I would have said that back then. Asking me now, I take a little bit of a different approach because we are focusing on restriction, on isolation, and today the situation is different. Germany, Europe, and also looking at the United States.
Petra Bendel jetzt gerade beschrieben hat, dass zentrale Errungenschaften,
in all of these places,
heute zu
the achievements that have been made are up for debate.
Gibt es einen Diskurs hier öffentlich, der sagt, okay,
the public discourse focuses on the laws that might be a little annoying. They need to be changed. The Geneva Convention, the European Human Rights Convention, Anti-Torture Convention, all of these conventions are up for debate. Which is why we have to ask ourselves several questions. We have a strong civil society. Our society is a society of migration, so we do have tools for resistance. But there are policymakers in Germany as well who do not follow Merkel's line, however, who are more in line with the Tea Party and imitating the Tea Party. So we need to take a close look at what is being destroyed and how far democracy and the rule of law are under attack.
Ja, ich denke, die Zivilgesellschaft, auch
I believe that
Leute, die eine Struktur gebaut haben,
civil society, people who have built that structure,
sicher auch einen integralen Bestandteil
will continue to play a large role when it comes to defending several principles. And at the end of the day, we are looking at democracy, of the rule of law, at human dignity, participation. These are the pillars of success. Those aspects, humanitarianism, human rights, are now more under attack and more up for debate than what we have seen in the past 10 years. And these are challenges that go beyond the sector of asylum.
Frau Dr. Bende, ich möchte gerne noch mal zu Ihnen kommen. Sie haben das
Dr. Bendel, going back to you, you also described that asylum policymaking is characterized by doing away with protection, is characterized by pushbacks.
Heute eine andere Situation ist als vor 10 Jahren.
And what we've just heard is that the situation today is different than 10 years ago. I would like to ask you in how far German policy making in the sector of asylum is in line with a global policy. Are we adapting? Are we hesitant to take specific steps, and how are we influenced by global policy? Well, German policy here, of course, is characterized by European law, and in the past year, the European Union, the Parliament, agreed on a reform of the common asylum policy. Of course, that is not something that was imposed by Brussels, however, also characterized by Germany on one hand. On the other hand, it needs to be implemented into national law. On the 9th of October, the German Bundestag debated on the two proposals, implementation proposals, and let me talk about the GEAS, the Common European Asylum System. GEAS, or CEAS in English, in my opinion, crosses red lines when it comes to human law, human rights, especially where there is talk about having asylum procedures taking place on Europe's outer borders. The goal is to have those procedures take place on the borders, and as many of those as possible.
Menschen kommen an die Grenze, reisen ein.
So what this means is that people arrive at the borders, let's say in Greece, however, they have not officially entered the territory. This is fictional, and it is a tool in order to say, well, they have not entered Greek territory. They are not allowed to enter the territory, and they need to be pushed back as quickly as possible. And that is applied to several countries, countries of origin, where there is a protection quota of less than 20% who need to remain in those centers. And that comes close to prisons, these centers. This is a red line, one of the first red lines that, in my opinion, have been crossed. However, this gets worse because it has been agreed that children can be taken into custody without any type of regulation there. Of course, the former federal government has tried to prevent that. The European Parliament used to say, well, let's at least have an agreement that children under 12 cannot be taken into custody. Well, what does that mean? There was a debate on that, about the age of the children. The Parliament wasn't able to get that through, which means that children, regardless of their age, can now be taken into custody. And that, of course, I believe that is contrary to any type of children's rights, to any type of protection of children. I see UNICEF is also present here. And all of the conventions apply these rights to all children, also to refugee children. I could go on and on. With regards to procedural law, if I am deported into any type of third country from such a center, can I call? Can I have legal assistance? How do I contact that legal assistance? How am I informed about my rights? So there are many questions that we need to ask ourselves. Now the federal government has proposed the implementation law, and they did not try to step back and sort of mitigate these laws. The German Institute for Human Rights has analyzed the proposal and has come to the conclusion that this proposal only worsens the conditions, especially for the detention centers. Because you asked me about the international context and the implementation of into German law, and I would like to ask myself, how can they simply achieve that, and why are we not talking about this?
Herr Matzanke möchte reagieren.
Mr. Matzanke would like to say something about that.
Ich habe meine Karriere begonnen in der Senatsverwaltung für Inneres im Jahre 1994.
I started my career in the Senate administration in Berlin for the Interior. In 1994,
Abschiebungen nur aus Berlin.
I was responsible for 4,250 pushbacks and deportations from Berlin.
Mit so roundabout 420 Haftplätzen für Frauen. Familien, allerdings.
We had a detention center for the politically detained from the German Democratic Republic.
Mit Durchschnitten von 7-8 Monaten, allerdings.
We used to have the people in that detention center for around about 7 to 8 months.
Wir haben damals wesentlich zurückgeführt.
Back then, those deported were usually deported to Poland, to Spain, to Romania, to Bulgaria.
Und wir haben das zurückgeführt oder Menschen
via
zurückgeführt,
land.
die man heute als Fachkräfte bezeichnen würde. Also
and we deported those who today would be described as skilled workers. I'm not saying this because I am proud of that. I just wanted to take a look back and retrospectively. We were a democracy back then, and I would like to talk about what we have today. There will be about 10 spots in the detention center in Berlin soon. We had deportations taking place, usually from people who were free. We did not go into institutions, into kindergartens, into other accommodation centers. We are taking a humanitarian approach. The issue, however, and I believe that it's not being talked about enough, is a different issue, and which is why I am talking about 2015 and 16, and also the refugees that came to Germany after the Yugoslav war.
Und wenn Sie sich dieses Thema anschauen, dann werden Sie feststellen,
What is different now? Well, we do not have the capacity as a federal state.
Für 28 Tage vollziehen. Es geht nicht länger als für 3
We
Tage.
cannot have the people for more longer than 3 days. There are about 800 spots in detention centers in all of Germany, and that number is not increasing. I would like to talk about something else. Of course, gas, you can talk about that politically, but however, I believe that we have a success story. Those who came in 2015, 2016 are largely working now. More than 80% of those who came, 80% of men are now working. Most people who we naturalized here in Berlin are men. 200,000 people were welcomed. A third of the Ukrainians are working. Most of them are skilled workers. There are so many children who we welcomed. A Spiegel journalist asked me, well, Köln is not Berlin, but Berlin is not Germany. I believe that the situation in other cities, in Wuppertal and in Goslar, probably is a different one. However, if you would like to counter the current political debate, you need to talk about the past 10 years as a success story, because it is one. We are talking about better migration for skilled laborers, work and stay. This will not succeed. However, we need to make sure that those who are refugees in 2015, 2016 are now German citizens who are working in skilled positions. So if you do paint that narrative, you can counter the AfD, the far-right party. It is a success story, and we need to tell it as such.
Stellt euch mal alle polnischen und ukrainischen.
What I like to say is that imagine that we didn't have all of the Polish and Ukrainians skilled workers. Imagine if they were all gone. Do you think you would still be able to hire any? And imagine that there were no care workers. Those who are already here are actively working, and that is a story that I would like to hear about.
Ich würde sagen,
Well,
dürfen auch Gleichzeitigkeiten bestehen.
there are also, of course, certain parallels. We have those narratives that you have mentioned, and we also need to tell the story of our asylum policy. And we also need to look at integration, and we need to analyze it in a more differentiated way. We need to also analyze the options, the opportunities that people have to get integrated. And of course, that is a multifaceted debate. Mr. Jung, you said in 2014 and 2015,
Politik gemacht haben,
you
Politik gestaltet haben,
were a policymaker.
wenig zu der Zeit damals
At that
in
time,
den Austausch gegangen sind, gemeinsam mit den Menschen, die in Goslar gelebt haben, die Politik zu machen. Und Sie haben gesagt, Sie
didn't talk to the people in Goslar enough, and you paid a price for that lack of discussion. You didn't get much support, and you got a lot of protest. When you look back at that period, and when you look at the present situation here, I'd like to come back to Mr. Türk, quoted by Ms. Bendler. Political leadership must be based on human rights. Is that possible? Can we have a policy that is always based on human rights, even though we have a crisis? Can we have a policy that really gathers all walks of life, all people in society?
Ich meine schon,
I do think it's possible.
dass das geht. Wir brauchen nur Orte.
But we need places, and we need time to do all of that. And this is what I wanted to express in my statement. At that moment in time in the past, I did not succeed enough.
Sehr, sehr kurz dann auch in den Diskussionen. Ich meine, die schönen Geschichten von den
I mean, the beautiful narratives you talked about, I also tried to mention those positive stories. Go to the companies and tell the managers, the entrepreneurs, now imagine those people came to Goslar and now they are valuable members of society. Children go to school, parents work, and they also do sports or work as volunteers in their spare time. I mean, of course, such stories create acceptance, but we need a time frame, we need a space. But there will always be people who say, I don't want migration, I don't want refugees. And they must be willing and ready to open their ears and listen to us. And Ms. Bendel, you mentioned polarization in your statement. We lost a lot of people. And nowadays, you don't get access to them anymore. They just say everybody needs to be deported, and that's the end of that. It's an ongoing task, a permanent task for all of those who have political responsibility. As I said in my introductory statement, it has something to do with personal attitudes. Do I get elected because I have an attitude, a position, and the values I uphold? Or do I get elected because it's my super dream to become a politician? And I just want to be re-elected time and again. Yeah, you said participation needs time. But there is sometimes also the moment of crisis, an urgency. How much time do we have for participation in your situation? Could you have had the time to create a process that integrates everyone in societies, create a dialogue, and still act swiftly whenever needed? This is what we tried to do, at least partly. But I think we would have needed a higher concentration, more attempts at organizing, coordinating. I mean, there's also this day-to-day business you have to come to terms with. And sometimes you do not just need to be academic, create a participatory process or whatever. Just ask people to come in for a discussion of all citizens, put a mic on the table, and then start the talk. In 2015, we had a success story. But even now, where the going gets tough, where there's such a lot of hatred, we need to keep telling the stories, the successful stories of refugees that came to become citizens of our country, members of our society. We also need to tell the success story of civil society, who has done a great job. All those success stories, both on a municipal, the local and regional level, they have something to do with a very vivid civil society that came to terms with many problems. There are processes everywhere, processes you can acknowledge and talk about. I was with my wonderful colleague Helen Liseno on Lesbos. There was an event, an exhibition.
Nach Deutschland Geflüchtete melden sich da zurück.
And many people that have come to Germany as refugees also participated in that exhibition. Of course, there was a lot of misery that I've seen. There were people who died. But then they finally went to Germany or England or elsewhere, and they talked about how important that was. And in 2020, the mood, the general mood changed. There were even pogrom-like moods. But people say, we have solidarity. This is the value we'd like to carry into the future. Hundreds of people who participated in the organizing of that exhibition. And these are the stories we need to talk about. I mean, this constant media coverage, these constant talk shows about migration and negative stories. We need to organize something positive.
Nichts gegen den Oberbürgermeister, sondern man muss in den Kommunen
in the municipalities, we still have so many people who are doing everything they can in order to have a successful integration. And every day they have to listen to that toxic rubbish. We need to organize more fora, more discussions with refugees, with policy makers. We still have mayors who are active and committed, and we need to also invite society. Pro Asyl, our organization, gave an award to the mayor of Ebertshausen, a town in Bavaria. That mayor there has created a wonderful open arms structure together with civil societies. They had wonderful results. He used to be a member of CSU, the Christian Social Union. Now he's no longer a member of that party. Well, he really made things happen in his municipality. We need to tell these stories. Who have created opportunities in our societies, who have developed projects. We need to talk about the lighthouse projects. It was said several times before, we have a political struggle we have to wage. I mean, I might be 15 years older than you, but we are still all involved in that struggle. And now that things are difficult, we need to work seriously. And of course, today we talk about the fundamentals of our society, the fundamentals that we need to defend in order to defend our open and migration-friendly society. It's worthwhile working for that purpose. Mr. Matzanka. Success stories. I talked about the success stories already. Now I'd like to talk about something else. I think you all know the story, The Emperor's New Clothes, of Christian Andersen. The emperor is naked, but he still pretends to have clothes on. And you can still tell this story. We made one mistake in 2015-16, different from what we did in the early 90s when the Yugoslavian war is, and different from what we did in 2023 when the Ukrainians came. I was involved in all these processes. In 15-16, we had a major difference. Ms. Merkel has consciously decided that people will have an asylum procedure based on the rule of law. Those who get accepted will have a perspective in Germany. Those who cannot be accepted have to leave the country. And the recognition quota was about 50%. This is how you got your Iranian butcher, and this is you have this well-integrated Bosnian refugee family, because the legislator said, and it took until 1890. Now, we have the change in policy, and the courts have confirmed this. In spite of all the offers, people did not return. They did not leave the country after not being accepted. And we send them into the U-boat. That is to say, they get less social benefits, they get less access to employment, and employment is the engine of integration. We do not support them anymore, but we cannot take them back, bring them back to their states of origin because of a lack of reception from these countries, be it Iran or Lebanon or Turkey or whatever. You cannot just send people back to those countries. In Berlin, it's 19,000 people who would have to be deported. If I followed the Trump model, deporting with army airplanes, arrest against the will of the regional police, just done by the National Guard. It would take me 7 years to get all these people out. It cannot succeed. Technically speaking, legally speaking, administratively speaking, it is not possible. The things that are being claimed just don't work. Can you just remember the debate we had about the Syrians, giving them a chance to go to their country and look at what's developing there? Maybe they want to stay after all. Nobody wanted to leave. These people don't want. They cannot go back to Syria. The question is, how much do we invest into that debate about the returns? What I think is more interesting
Was ist in 22, 23 anders gelaufen?
is to think about what was different in 23, 22, 23. I mean, there, something was different in civil society. In 2016, we had a crisis in the Berlin Office of Healthcare and Social Affairs. 10 employees, they could handle about 500 cases a week, let's say. These 10 employees, they're experts. They can also work extra during the weekend. But all of a sudden, you do not have 500 refugees coming per week, but 700. And the next day, you have 900 coming. And of course, that adds up to the number of cases that don't get handled. And you have the long queue standing there at the office, the Berlin office. You can say, I need more staff, I need more resources, I need more people. I don't get them, so what do? I ask my Minister of the Interior, my Minister of Social Affairs, but those ministers cannot find enough staff, and the queues get longer every day. Then you have the volunteers giving people soup and counseling. In November, December, it's cold, it's dirty, and people stand and cannot send in their application. Of course, there was a lot of criticism in 2015 and 16. What was different in 2022? People did not come through the Balkans anymore. They came through Warsaw. And the turning point was Berlin. And it took us 4 weeks to convince people that it might be a good idea to let the train stop in Brandenburg or in Goslar. But no, all the trains came directly to Berlin. And again, all of these people came, lots of volunteers that went to the airports and received Ukrainians and gave them support. So we needed a solution. The solution was the following one. We said, okay, we do have a crisis no matter what's in the law. The law says you can only get a residence permit if you have your fingerprints, all your details taken, and so on and so forth. We said we don't do it. We developed a digital application. Everyone coming to the central station could file their application right at the train station, submit their passport, get a stamp saying that they have a residence permit and full integration rights. And this is how we handled and gave legal titles to tens of thousands of Ukrainians. Ms. Nahles in 1718 said, well, if we worked more actively, we could have given work to everyone. But now we accelerated the processes. And then I got a phone call from a nurse in a kindergarten. And she asked me, well, I do have a Ukrainian lady who says she's a qualified educator. Can she work? I said, yes, she can work. What happens if the customs came to accuse me of illegal labor? I said, no. She's a teacher, she's an educator, she can teach Ukrainian children according to Ukrainian curricula in Ukrainian. The Poles did it, the Danes did it. We Germans, of course, insisted on having a stamp. I said, and if the customs office comes and says, it's Irina, I employed her as a kitchen aide. I do not know why she sings Ukrainian songs with the children. End of story. We didn't do that. So we didn't do that also. And that's our problem. We are over-regulated, and we Germans love to write and have something in writing. We hate taking decisions. That is our problem, and that's the only problem we have. And in 2022, we changed that, and the story continued. When Berlin did it in a different way, everybody said that's illegal. And we told people, yes, it's against the law, but we have a crisis. Either you confirm what we are doing or you ban it. And this crisis that you're going to have with the queue in front of my office, that will be your crisis. And I'm going to tell the Minister of the Interior, you do whatever you want to come to terms with the crisis. And then we got a letter from the national law that analog applications are all right. And this is how the whole of Germany worked the way we did in Berlin. Last remark, I told a construction worker, you know, in your company, you have 10 apprentices, and every day every month, they do 10 bathrooms. And all of a sudden, you get more people saying, well, we can do 200. I said, well, we can do it differently. I am in charge of Berlin, and I have to make sure that I have as much personnel as possible to come to terms with all the work. And of course, in 2022, we had developed a somewhat random crisis mechanism, and that was the only way to handle things. Bureaucracy, red tape reduction. This is what indeed we need. Maybe one more aspect. We also saw during the arrival of Ukrainian refugees. I mean, it was not as easy as you told us for other people coming from Ukraine. I mean, the Ukrainians, they were easily accepted, but students from third countries studying in Ukraine, they were not so readily accepted. They had a lot of difficulties. That's also part of the overall story regarding migration from Ukraine. Can you tell me what time it is? Because we need to take care of our timing. I have one more question. I should have put my glasses on, but I was too vain to do it, so I couldn't read the time on the screen. You said we want to develop perspectives. And we do not have enough time. We have already taken stock of what we have achieved and not achieved. We've also talked about the tension that we have between the isolationist policy and the welcome culture. What do we need in order to be successful today and in the future? What do you think is important from your perspective, not only on the level of discussions, but also on the level of a practical approach, a practical implementation? We need less symbolism in politics. I mean, we have such a symbolist policy when it comes to pushbacks at the borders, and it also concerns the way we provide social support to refugees. Either we give them money or we give them so-called payment cards. They get 50 euro in cash, and the rest is in so-called payment cards. And also civil society starts buying up these checks, these kind of credit cards that you can only use to go shopping in the supermarkets. There we see what we need. We need more humaneness, and humaneness does exist. We need to rely on our humanitarian principles. We need to also understand that people have rights, not because we are so good to accept them and work with people coming to our country, and not just because we want to be a diverse society. Humans have rights. We need to really live the human rights. We do not just need to discuss them. We have rights. We must be clear about our neighbors also having rights. I gave a speech recently and somebody said, you said foreigners have rights. What about the rights of the Germans? And I said, what? Human rights are human rights. We do have rights because we are humans. We need to go back to the culture of human rights practice. Municipalities, I do think we need to support municipal politicians. We will work a lot in practical research programs together with municipalities. And we do have a science network where many municipalities participate. And we had a workshop in Erlangen at our university, and the municipality representatives were so grateful to be able to have a platform for exchange between their neighboring municipalities, because they said, yes, we are in charge of providing housing to refugees, and not only refugees. And they were so interested in an exchange, and many were really tired. And they said, well, nobody wants to listen anymore. Politically, we have the AfD in our city council, and in the administration, the employees say, we don't have time to do all that. We have to do something differently. We cannot allocate all our capacities to the refugee issues. And so these people told us on a municipal level, it's very difficult to make their voice heard. They want to do something good for the refugees, and I think we need to strengthen and support these dedicated politicians and administrators. But as you said, being the mayor and getting criticized and getting really protests, that makes you feel burned out. And that concerns so many frustrated administrators and politicians. I think that is all I wanted to say. I think we could go on, but we have to wind up the discussion. What do you think? What do we need? Mr. Jung. I do think we lack courage and the will to change. What you have described was so impressive, just doing things. And the Germans are so bad at just doing things. It's very difficult for them to just do. They're very conservative, the Germans. There's a lot of angst, a lot of anxiety. So inspiring people who are willing to change, that is very important. And the way you did it, I think, is very impressive. There's so many people everywhere in our towns and villages and cities. They are good. They can do so many things, but they must be given the room to do that. I mean, for you in Berlin, it might be easier than in Goslar. You're too powerful. Mr. Matzanka, maybe one more sentence. What do you think we need more if we want to be successful? I do think
dieser grenzüberschreitenden Erfahrungen, das steht ja auch in Ihrem Titel, und grenzüberschreitend heißt für mich, es braucht mehr Orte, wo Verwaltung mit Wissenschaft,
test the boundaries. We also need more spaces where administrators, politicians, and rank-and-file people and scientists work together.
Wir haben viel zu viele.
We have too many of these boxes where nobody thinks out of the box, but stays inside his or her own comfort zone. And I think we need to tell more stories like the one about the emperor and his new clothes. Then you will have a realistic perspective, and then you will see changes. Our country needs change, a lot of change, and I do think we can make that happen in a very typical German way. But we have to accelerate processes, and communication is key to acceleration. Mr. Kopp, your last statement. The Berlin example, of course, was only possible because there was a political willingness to do it the way you did. Of course, where there's a will, there's a way. That's what they say. And just doing it, I mean, that today we have a discussion about what's legal, what's not so legal. And of course, that has something to do with the national policy, the European policy, and in the US, there also is a very specific approach that they are having nowadays.
Man muss wirklich mit allen Mitteln an der Seite der Betroffenen gegen Rechtsbrüche
really work together with the people whose rights are being violated, neglected, to go back to the rule of law. It was very important at the external borders. Of course, you have people that suffer. Somebody who does not get social benefits anymore. That is not just symbolism. People who need to go to court to have their rights and their dignity restored. We need to work with these people. We have a partner organization in Greece, and together with them, we went to the European Court of Justice regarding the situation at the border, and together with people affected, they won the case in Europe. Let me just add one more thing. After that, the migration minister attacked those organizations because today politicians say you are filing a lawsuit against us and we are going to make sure that we do not give you any money, any resources more. So they're combating such NGO strategic work with people affected. For that purpose, we need donations, we need money. In parallel to that, you also need to be involved in the political process so that civil societies will have a voice, will be heard. That's a political struggle, and it's also a legal struggle. On a legal basis alone, we cannot make it happen, although we do have a lot of success that we achieved in Supreme Courts. But of course, the governments are there. We can also do something to keep these NGOs smaller, and that can lead to more and more oppression. Thank you very much. I think what we can say is that human rights must remain respected. And also sometimes civil disobedience will be required to make sure that human dignity and human rights get preserved. We also need to resist. And when we have such discussions about cityscapes and so on and so forth, it is wonderful to see that people resist, that people take to the streets and say, I am the cityscape. We need more of these people. A right to have your rights respected, that is important. And
fördert und stärkt. Dazu braucht es Geschichten, aber
here we also need the narratives. We also need the courage to do things and overcome red tape. I would like to thank our guests and wish you a good lunch break.
Welcome to our panel this afternoon. We will wait a few minutes until more people are coming in, and then we'll start.
Emiliano, kannst du uns hören?
Emiliano, can you hear us?
Schon mal der Hinweis an alle,
Just a quick remark.
es wird hier von dem Panel eine Mischung aus Deutsch und Englisch sein.
We will have a mixed panel, some English speakers, some German speakers. If you do not understand English, you can very well take some headsets from there in order to follow the interpretation.
In case you don't
And
understand German,
the other way around, it works the same way.
Hallo Emiliano, sehr schön. Wir können
Hello, Emiliano. We can see you. Can you hear us?
Ja, sehr gut.
Yes, I can hear you.
Grüße dich.
Very well.
Bin ich zu
Hello.
Ja,
Can
wunderbar.
you hear me? Yes.
Sehr schön. Hallo.
Also die erste Information schon vorneweg.
First of all,
Schon mitbekommen,
Emiliano Chaimite cannot be here today due to illness. However, we're happy to have him here via video conference. He's joining us from Dresden.
Wir legen los. Wir haben ein intensives Programm.
I suggest that we could start. Welcome to a panel this afternoon. Our title is Tension Between Solidarity, Populism and Racism, and How to Protect the Migration Society and Support the Progress of Social Cohesion. My name is Elias Steinhilper. I work at the DEZIM Institute, the German Institute for Migration and Research, and I'm happy to be the moderator today. As the title suggests, we would like to use the following 90 minutes to take a look at how the migration society is under pressure from different sides, from racism and from anti-migrationist narratives. And we would also like to look at what the approaches are and what the approaches to resistance from the civil society is. So democratic societies, migration societies under pressure is not an exclusively German topic. So I am all the more happy to have people joining us today who will bring in perspectives from the US as well, so to have a transatlantic dialogue. I would like to introduce the guests, starting with Emiliano Chaimite. Emiliano has been working for decades in different contexts in migration policy making. He was the executive director of several migration organizations in Saxony. He is also active for the Social Democratic Party in Dresden at a communal level, at a municipal level, and there are few people who can really tell us what the migration society looks like in practice and what kind of resistance we can, as a civil society, to that pressure that we're under, do. So, Emiliano, thank you for joining us today.
Und wir haben auf dem Podium zu Gast Katharina Opsa.
Here on the panel, Katharina Opsa is with me. She is the head of the democracy program at the Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung Foundation in Washington, D.C. Before she worked for the Women's Refugee Commission for Women's Rights First. Katharina has several years of very practical experience in civil society contexts, and she can give us insights into the steps that were taken back in the past few decades, but also what kind of resistance is forming in the U.S. Against the Trump administration and restrictions. Before we start, a few remarks. Katharina has a German last name. She understands German quite well, but she feels more comfortable speaking in English, which is why we will have a mix of German and English here in the panel. The questions will be asked in German, but Katharina will be responding in English. So if you do not understand English, feel free to grab some headsets, and you can also feel free to ask questions in English and German later on. This afternoon should give room for exchange We have a free seat here, which isn't reserved for Emiliano. However, we would like to ask you to enter into dialogue. First of all, we will start with the panel, and later on, we will open the discussion. If you have any questions in between, however, feel free to step onto the podium and participate.
Genau, dann würde ich sagen, legen wir direkt inhaltlich.
So with that, I think we can start. Emiliano, the first question, and we would like to use the first round to take stock and look at what important developments were in the restriction of migration policy making.
Jetzt hört es auf die Migrationsgesellschaft, Emiliano.
Attacks on the migration society. Emiliano, in your view, from which side do you believe is the democratic and migration society being attacked? And what are the developments of the past 10 years? What repercussions do they have? On the one hand, for people with a migration background and for people who are showing solidarity. Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be part of this event. I would have loved to come to Berlin. I was looking forward to doing some networking because there are so many interesting participants. And in times of a very cold climate in society, it would have been lovely to be able to exchange face-to-face. And I am still happy to participate online. And I will try to give a summary of my experiences as best as I can. Of course, it's difficult to take stock of these 10 years in such a short amount of time. But we do know that there is a certain situation prevalent. And I do believe that for an expert audience, this could be of interest. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them later on. I would like to talk about the past 10 years, as suggests the title, but we need to mention that the migration society has a certain tradition in Germany. You will notice that I do have two perspectives. One perspective from the East, a perspective from Saxony, because I have been living in Saxony for quite some time, and this is where I'm active, even though I'm well connected to other parts of the country. Of course, the situation in East Germany is sometimes a little different, and I will talk about that. I will focus on that perspective and not solely on the perspective of the entire country. In 1990, the so-called baseball bat years was a difficult situation. For migrants in East Germany, the situation was catastrophical, and this sometimes isn't mentioned enough in discourse today. We gathered strength. The civil society also showed solidarity. And we were given funds. We were supported also by policymakers to talk about this topic, migration, integration. And now we're not only talking about migration and integration, but also about democracy.
von der Migrationsgesellschaft, von Migrantinnen, die stigmatisiert waren, die
Migrants who had been targeted, stigmatized, now can say that they are fighting for human rights, not for special treatment, but rather for human rights, which is quite basic. It is a struggle for democracy, a struggle of the whole of society, because democracy defines human rights. So we are led by human rights. Our struggle is led by human rights.
Möglichkeiten, über Vereine, Parteien, ist ja von der Vorstellung
parties, associations that I have worked in, and you introduced me as also being part of the SPD, the Social Democratic Party,
Institutionen hinweg hat die
are
Gesellschaft
finding ways
dieser erste, für mich persönlich erfahrbare
to act and to counter these crises like the one that I just mentioned, to overcome these challenges. So we are happy to have overcome these challenges, to overcome reunification. Migrants who in the beginning basically had no rights until they could stay and until they could also network and become connected to guest workers. These migrants were then, and the guest workers were then finally also recognized as being citizens on an equal footing. The GDR treated us as guests who were not supposed to stay. They wanted workers, and who came were people, and people stayed. So the perspective, the approach was, well, once the contract runs out and the reunification process is done, we can just send them home. And what we can see is that this was not achieved, otherwise I wouldn't be here today. The political situation of deportation without integration into the labor market and racism and so on. All of these, this struggle had to be fought together with the civil society organizations, with the church, and so on. 10 years. Well, in the Federal Republic of Germany, for 10 years now, we have been talking about migration. Before that, the Federal Republic of Germany used to say, we are not a country of migrants, of migration. And people are closely listening, especially in the East. They closely listen to politicians and which terms are used. When 2015 came along, and there was an influx of migrants, of refugees, suddenly the narrative changed, and it was said that, well, we do want migration, we do want to educate the public about the importance of migration, we want to hire skilled workers. The narrative changed.
Die Wirtschaft und viele Wissenschaft ignoriert, als Sie gesagt haben, wir brauchen eine Gestaltung, wir müssen die Zuwanderung gestalten.
Researchers were ignored. Researchers that had said we need migration because the demographic change is well underway, and so we need skilled workers. So we can see that the demographic change plays a large role. Especially in East Germany, we have a large many people are leaving East Germany, and so there are targeted measures for migration. Hoyerswerda, for example, a small city in the coal region, coal mining region, is, for example, trying to hire skilled workers because they have such a high loss in population.
Und das ist immer eine auch der Probleme, die mit uns sozusagen lenken.
So these are one of the issues that we need to look into. And then 2015 came along,
Wir brauchen Fachkräfte und jetzt lassen wir die rein.
and suddenly it was said, well, we are a country for migrants, we are letting them all in, and now we're taking a more kind approach. Well, of course, it was quite naive. I have to say that.
Wir sind jetzt so überrollt von Ereignissen und wir müssten da irgendwie zu überleben und gestalten wissen. Es entstand
Because it was overwhelming. Only through so much solidarity from the side, from civil society, from several alliances, people who took action and supported us, were we able to achieve what we achieved. Many municipalities looked for creative solutions.
Programme, Integrationsprogramme, plötzlich waren Möglichkeiten.
There were integration programs, there were classes, integration classes, and efforts to integrate people into society and into the labor market, more specifically. However, the municipalities were quite overwhelmed because they had been weak in the first place. The infrastructure was weak, especially when it comes to education and healthcare. The structures were so overburdened that, of course, this led to criticism, just criticism, where the municipalities said, well, we cannot go on anymore, we need to find a solution. And of course, there was no magic solution. Many volunteers also started to become overburdened and overwhelmed. There were fewer resources. People were unsatisfied. They did not achieve what they wanted to achieve. And that is normal. These movements at such a large scale, if they fail in that way, this is what happens. And then suddenly Merkel said, we will manage this. And of course, there were a few people who really asked themselves, well, those are mere words. We also need to walk the walk.
Der dann tatsächlich mit wieder starken bestimmte sehr konservative rechtskonservative Kräfte.
Of course, there was a backlash, and there were right-wing conservative powers who used the situation
verschwörerische Theorien bedient worden ist und heute in der heutigen Zeit
to disseminate conspiracy theories and anti-Semitism, and also through social media.
Und immer zunehmende Druck auf die zivile Gesellschaft, neben den Ressourcen natürlich auch den Populismus.
And that then exerted pressure on civil society,
Hier ihre Ämter dann einfach niederlegen, weil es einfach nicht weitergeht, hier im Osten noch schlimmer.
on policymakers, politicians, people who were active before, who don't dare to go out anymore and take action. We had social workers that used to give out their mobile phones and their personal contact details in order to be reachable, just to simplify the entire process. And this is not the case anymore, because no employee would like to be so public with their contact details. They are under constant pressure and a target. I'll leave it up to the moderator to maybe also help me, well, with regards to the time. Well, Emiliano, thank you so much. Also, thank you for expanding the time frame, because we're clinging on to those 10 years, but it's important to recognize that these structures are much older than that, and thank you for also mentioning 1990. You said that, of course, at the moment, the situation is becoming more and more dire. You talked about local politicians being under pressure. The panel this morning also talked about that, even though you weren't there. So thank you for chiming in. I would like to include Katharina. So we're going to switch over to the transatlantic perspective. Katharina, you have been working in the United States for many, many years, and to many people, we like to look to the U.S. when it comes to democracy being under attack, because we see it as a prophecy. So I would like to ask you, what are the important milestones when it comes to this pressure on democracy? Well, I will start in English, and then I'll switch to. I will start in German, and then I'll switch to English. I came to the U.S. as a child, so I'm not there to hold my entire talk in German. And I'll probably mix the two languages at some point as well. And now.
So the question of the threats to a diverse and migration-oriented democratic society in the United States, I think there are three really important things in the United States. There is a and they're very similar to what's happening here. There is a language of criminalization and of crisis that has turned migration into something to be feared. There are very real socioeconomic pressures on large parts of the US population that have made migrants very easy scapegoats. So the grievances are real, and the reason for the grievance is not. And third, in the United States, immigration policy and law has completely failed to stay up to date with the reality of migration to the United States and with the reality of global displacement around the world today. We have, I think everyone actually, this might be one of the very few areas where people agree across the political spectrum would say, the immigration system in the United States is broken. And it has been broken for a very long time. And because it is broken, it causes more chaos, and the right has taken advantage of the chaos. And this is where we are today. But I also am going to try to give you a history of immigration policy in the US over the past 10 to 15 years, and I will try to do it in a short amount of time, but I don't know if I'll succeed. So in the 1990s, a series of very restrictive immigration laws were passed in the United States, and they had a very big impact, which is that prior to this moment, you had a lot of circular migration. You had people who would come to the United States to work, and then they would go back home and sort of go back and forth. But with the much more harsh punishments that came with this new set of immigration laws, people no longer felt they could go home. So they came to the United States, they stayed, they brought their families, they created families, and what resulted was, probably unintentionally, a significant growth in the undocumented population in the United States from that time on. If we move forward to about 2013, 2014, a couple of more things happened. So Obama was president, and it's really hard to even remember this, but I worked very closely on this at the time. There was a very huge effort in Congress to pass what was called comprehensive immigration reform. This would have overhauled the immigration laws of the United States. It would have thrown a lot of money at border security, although compared to today, these numbers are now very small. But it would have created an actual path to citizenship for people who now had been living in the United States for a very long time. And it passed overwhelmingly in the US Senate, but in the House of Representatives, and for very political reasons, Republicans would not let it pass. They had the votes, but they would not let it pass. And again, this is sort of the start of the crisis, the growth of the crisis narrative. At the same time, the number of people arriving at the southern border in the US began to increase. And so the numbers compared to today were very small, but at that time, it was the largest increase we had seen in a long time. And there was a big shift that happened. Before, we used to see a lot of men arrive, a lot of single men who were coming for work. And now we were starting to see families and women and children arrive from Central America who were fleeing very real fears of persecution. And the Obama administration responded to this with deterrence. They said, we will build detention, we will deport people quickly, and basically Obama's whole strategy was to say, look, I promise I will secure the border, I promise, and in exchange we will help people who are already in the US today. And we saw the beginning of what happens when you negotiate with a party that will not negotiate back in good faith. And Obama deported more people from the United States than any president had deported before him. And he could have deported every person in the United States, and Republicans would have said it is not enough. But this is where we were in about 2014. And then we get to 2015. So now I'm actually at the 10-year mark. And Trump becomes the candidate, and Trump points to Europe and says, look at what's happening in Europe. They are being overrun, and this will happen to us. And Obama, for all of what I just said, Obama was actually trying to bring in a lot of Syrian refugees to the United States as well. The US had a very strong history of refugee resettlement, of bringing in people who had already fled an initial country, who were now waiting for permanent resettlement. And Obama tried to increase those numbers to 100,000 at the time, even more actually. And Trump pointed to this as the source of everyone's problems. He added all immigration, whether asylum, refugee, labor migration, other migration, into one category and said, these people are criminals, they will come and attack us, we are under threat, they will take your jobs, and they will take your benefits. And this was a very, very potent recipe in the United States. And where we go from there, and the other thing you have to remember is, in the United States, we already have a very weak social security net, right? It's not like in other places. And so to tell people who are struggling economically, who have no social safety net, these people will come and they will get benefits, but you will not, is a very powerful thing to do. Then Trump is elected, and we have these big, horrible things that happen, the refugee ban, the Muslim ban, families are separated at the border. I worked very closely on this. It is one of the most horrible, I actually can't even talk about it. It's one of the most horrible things I've ever worked on. But behind the scenes, you also had a dismantling of the US immigration infrastructure that wasn't as public. You had civil servants who, not at the scale as we have today, but even then, civil servants who are being reorganized. You have forms that are being rewritten so that they are impossible to fill out. You make people afraid to come forward and ask for the benefits that they should get. And all of these things were already happening. It laid the foundation to where we are today. And by the end of the Trump administration, the demographics shifted again, and now we were starting to see more people from countries like Haiti or Venezuela. And again, this is part of the global story of global displacement. And at the end of the Trump administration, Stephen Miller, who is Trump's infamous advisor on all things immigration and now even more, used a very old public health law that had not been used before to shut down the border to all people seeking asylum altogether. And say, because this was when COVID-19 was, when Corona was happening, and he shut down the border. And that is what Biden inherited. And what happened under Biden is Biden sort of didn't know what to do on immigration. He tried to undo a lot of what Trump did, but at least when it came to the border, the Republicans were thrilled to keep talking about the border. Biden did not want to talk about the border, and so the Republicans controlled the narrative throughout this entire time. And if there is one thing that's been very clear through all of the messaging work, and I'm sure it's here too, is that what people want is to know there's an orderly system and that everything will be taken care of, that there's not chaos. And instead, the chaos narrative continues to thrive. And so Biden did try to do a lot of things, but it was not enough. And the right attacked in every way that they could. You had things like the governor of Texas busing migrants to democratic cities in the north to cause chaos and to cause political instability. And to some extent, it actually worked. And maybe later I will talk about how great those cities are actually doing on the ground. But I'll just should I end on where we are today for just one more minute? So this is where we are today. So Trump gets reelected. And now we have truly the most unprecedented immigration enforcement system in the history of the United States. The bill that passed this summer gives more money to immigration enforcement infrastructure in the United States than any military in the world except for the United States and China. We are now detaining up to 60,000 people a day, when a few years ago it was 30,000, and the numbers will go up to over 100,000. People are being pulled off the streets. They are essentially being kidnapped. The US Supreme Court has said that racial profiling is acceptable. So you can be, if you are the wrong skin color, if you speak the wrong language, if you do the wrong job, if you're a construction worker, that is enough reason to arrest you and ask questions later. And it's something that I've seen this in my own neighborhood in Washington, D.C. as part of the takeover in Washington, D.C. So this is where we are today. Maybe I'll stop here because I've talked for a long time. Answer questions.
Vielen, vielen Dank, Katharina, auch nochmal für
Thank you very much, Katharina, for this comprehensive story showing that there were continuities even under democratic administrations. Restrictions were developed. And so we are not just talking about the German context, and not about a marginal problem or a sudden appearance of right-wing forces. We're talking about societal developments that came a long time developing. You already talked about the current developments in Germany. We also saw the pictures of Los Angeles, where ICE raids took place. People were arrested right in the street and were deported. Can you tell us what the current situation is, what happened on the ground in recent months?
So what's happening? In June, in response to immigration raids in Los Angeles, there started to be more resistance. We are seeing people who are saying this is not okay. They are protesting. And in response to these protests, President Trump called in the National Guard. The National Guard is a little bit of I don't know how familiar people are with this. It's sort of like a reserve citizen army in the United States that each state has. And it's really meant to help with disaster response, or it can be federalized for actual conflict, international conflict. It is not meant to be used against U.S. populations. It's legally complicated, but only in very rare circumstances. So Trump did this against the will of the California governor, who of course is the person in charge of the National Guard of California. And that case went through the courts, and while that is still going through the courts, most basically one judge has said this was essentially illegal, that Trump should not have done this. But what has happened since is we have seen this model grow to other cities in the United States. So in August, this time using crime, just ordinary crime as a context, as a pretext in Washington, D.C., Trump called in the National Guard in Washington, D.C., but he did something else very important. He essentially took over the Washington, D.C. Police Department and forced Washington, D.C. to start collaborating with immigration enforcement. These are two things that are meant to be separate. And as a result, we have seen in D.C. and now in Chicago and now in Portland, checkpoints be set up across the city. So if you are driving a pickup truck, a construction worker, and you happen to go one of these checkpoints, you will be stopped and you could be arrested right then and there. We have seen in my own neighborhood, it's a very diverse neighborhood. We have a lot of Central Americans. There is a beautiful elementary school 1 block from my apartment, and parents have been arrested on the way to the school as they're bringing their children to school. These are just a few examples. This is happening everywhere. Maybe the last one I'll give is in Chicago. Recently, there was a horrific example where, I can't believe I'm saying it. In the middle of the night, enforcement helicoptered over an apartment building at 1 a.m, rappelled down from the helicopter, went into the apartment building, opened every apartment, destroyed people's apartments and belongings, took people on the streets and zip-tied them, including many U.S. citizens, although of course it shouldn't matter. No one should be treated this way. And these are the things that people are now protesting in the streets. And this is why Trump says, I have to send in the National Guard. And so we get into a cycle that is breaking down democracy before our eyes, and that is also normalizing having the military in the streets because of the levels of immigration enforcement we see.
Vielen Dank, Katharina. Ich schaue schon mal ins Publikum, ob
Thank you, Katharina. I would like to ask our audience, do you have any questions? We heard about many parallels, things that are similar both in the US and in Germany. What's at stake is very prominent. We see attacks against democracy coming from different directions. We have a very problematic discourse. We see reduction of funds. Emilio, you talked about that. We see a climate of fear. We see attacks, many different ways of attacking the system as such. I see the first question coming here, and I would like to hand over the mic to you for comments and questions. In the second round, we'd like to talk about the counter strategies. In spite of the pessimistic picture we have shown regarding the present situation.
Thank you so much. As someone who's also from the United States, an American-based sociologist, I actually wanted to connect some dots here and hopefully giving the audience more context about copycat laws and the dangers of like this far-right populism. As you're talking about the coming together, the collaboration of local police and immigration enforcement, I remember being in my last year of the PhD program when Arizona passed SB 1070, show me your paper state. And that was really the beginning of the Tea Party, right before even Donald Trump. So as I'm looking at the kind of across the world kind of far-right movements, all the ways in which, you know, racial immigration policies, they all borrow from each other. But kind of the blueprint of what we're seeing now in 25 was set in 2013. And how they copycat. So I kind of just want to see if we can kind of also connect that of I don't want to say the dangers, but the dangers of this kind of rhetoric, and that it doesn't happen overnight. It's the slow and quick erosion. And as you said, in the United States, when everybody's, even the middle class, is living paycheck to paycheck, including myself as an academic, what can we really, like, so I just wanted to talk a little about that, about these incremental ways in which these policies really work.
I think that's right. One really important thing about the U.S. immigration system is it is constitutionally at a federal level. So when Arizona did pass this law, the Supreme Court did eventually find it unconstitutional because you cannot have a state that's doing immigration enforcement. It must be federal. It must be a federal power. But I think talking about this buildup is correct. And one other thing that's very important to note, again, I know I've said his name, but Stephen Miller, who is the longtime advisor to President Trump in the first administration on issues of immigration, and now he has a much wider portfolio, is really the architect of all of this. He is a person who is obsessed with the idea of negative net migration. He wants unquestionably for there to be fewer immigrants in the United States. He is the one who calls the Department of Homeland Security on a daily basis and says, what are the numbers? He is the one who has said there must be at least 3,000 people, I think 3,000 people a day, 1 million. He wants 1 million people deported per year. And what's interesting is that after the Trump administration left power the first time, Stephen Miller and, of course, many others spent 4 years preparing exactly for this moment. So they have carefully figured out every part of the law, every part of the bureaucracy, every part of policy that can be manipulated, changed, exploited to do exactly what it is that they are doing. This was extremely carefully planned and thought through. And that is also something I really want to caution about, is that when you mix this rhetoric with then actual planning for how to execute it, you get what we have in the United States today.
Vielen Dank. Gibt es aktuell weitere Fragen?
Are there any other questions? If not, I would like to hand over to Emiliano once more. When we look at the current situation and also when we venture a glance into the future, you said, well, you don't really know how to say something positive about the future, but can you once again tell us what are the opportunities we have to stand shoulder to shoulder? In how far do you think we will be showing solidarity with each other? Thank you. My impression remains, and my pessimistic attitude also remains as it is. But still, I mean, we had this situation already in the 90s where we thought, my God, what is going to happen next? Everything is going to go down the drain, but we managed to sort of rally civil society, strengthen civil society. And we noticed if we all work together, we can make it happen. My hope, of course, is that people will understand that it isn't migration that is the danger, that it's not the migrants that are the problem. Migration is a form of movement that has existed always all around the world. And of course, we do have to see that there's also something like an internal migration that happens. Different countries, different people have different problems, and people must just understand that dealing with minorities and protecting minorities and their rights is not a nice to have, is not just a gift. It is something you give for the benefit of society at large, because if you don't give minorities their rights, you allow practices to develop that can turn against the population as such. Then there will be more problems also for queer people, for people with disabilities, minorities that don't speak the language that we speak, or that don't speak the language as we speak it. Once the stone sets rolling, things will deteriorate. We see it not only in the United States, we also see it in some of the European countries, and we also see it can happen quickly. Many people say we have our secure institutions. Something like that cannot happen here in Germany. But look at the United States, what's happening there. It's a democratic system, and all of the world, they thought it's the country of democracy. These checks and balances. But all of a sudden, you can't believe what you're seeing there. As a migration society and as a person who is active in migration policy, I always count on our natural allies, democratic parties, trade unions. We can have different opinions. Of course, there are also some populist forces, very conservative forces in trade unions or political parties, but still, we can talk to each other, we can negotiate things. Of course, you shouldn't do too much, just giving preferences to one single group. You really have to be very careful, and we have to negotiate and find a compromise. But I think majority of people understand it's not just about migration society. It's about society as a whole. It's a threat to democracy. And so we already see systems that are similar to the United States. We have political forces in Germany who say they would like to have the same over here. Now imagine, that would be the end of our democracy. My hope, and my last hope, is that we will defend democracy together. And how do we do that? Unfortunately, I must say, there's been a long time I had to spend on developing defenses for us. We invested into resources to be together. And the situation right now is that we have to continue this struggle. We do it on a local level. We find allies in the administrative organizations, in democratic parties. We also create constant places, spaces, and platforms to exchange our opinion and create common spaces. And of course, we also must know that there is a general tendency for people is to get isolated, to stay in their comfort zones, in social networks. And you even have situations where you meet somebody you haven't seen in a couple of months, and that person has changed. It's his or her attitude. So we need a lot of education work, enlightenment, if you so wish. And we work here together with trade unions, parties, church institutions, religious institutions. And sometimes, of course, we get criticized harshly, but we really need the time to look at the real problems, the environment, and we need to work together to go against all these problems instead of just coming back to this racist, post-colonial, capitalist stereotype. I'm sorry, I have to do some capitalism bashing. We need to criticize it. We had all that already. It is not so bad to live peacefully, to respect the rights of others. We must explain that time and again. And we hope very much that the media will be on board, many institutions will be on board, instead of turning away from us. It is not enough to be in our echo chambers and say, yes, we would like to do something, but people, the grassroots people, those who see us every day, they want to know what can be done in our neighborhood. And they're just waiting for civil society to solve the issue on their own without any resources, without any support. Well, we cannot let this happen because the enemies of democracy, they get enough funding, and we are supposed to defend democracy just on a voluntary basis without getting any support. Here, I think the policy makers, politicians will understand that projects and programs will be financed. We need as much money for this effort as we need for getting fit for defense, military defense, and getting ready to stand up against military threats. That goes back to the beginning we had in the morning. We talked about demigrantization in the morning, and there are fully fledged attacks against all of us. And the social problems, of course, are problems of society at large. Thank you very much.
About 2 years ago, there were mass protests in Germany as a reaction to the research that was done by the magazine Korrektiv, investigative journalism. In your opinion, how do you look at these protests from a Dresden perspective? Maybe in which way were they also lacking mobilization? Well, I am glad that the people back then showed that they do not approve of this type of stigmatization of people and of the targeting of people who are part of this society. I was happy to see that there were so many people out on the streets protesting.
I
think those who have the right to vote, of course, we should not forget those who cannot vote in this country, but those who can vote those 70–80% who were not anti-democratic and who do not vote in that way, they were visible at that point in time. They raised their voice, and sometimes we don't see that in our everyday life. Many people are quiet, and I think this is something that needs to change as well. But this was a point in time where I said to myself, okay, things are possible, change is possible. What would have we needed? Well, we would have needed all democratic parties to participate and not only, in retrospect, talk about the protesters as Antifa people and crazy leftists. No, they were people, everyday people, who protested these findings. So I think we would have needed the backing from those democratic parties. These are people who protested, who have families here, who participate actively in society. People who raise their voices and tell everyone, well, we are the majority, not you. And so if the narrative is constructed in such a way that this is only a fringe movement, if that's the narrative that is coming from the political parties, that is very dangerous, and I do believe that would have to change. I don't know if you can hear people clapping. Thank you, Emiliano.
Kommentar auf dem Podium. Den würde ich direkt.
We do have someone who would wish to comment here on the podium. Well, thank you. I don't think that the microphone is working.
Einfach weiterreden? Okay.
Okay, this one is working. I'll continue.
Ich rede weiter. Ich möchte den Begriff der Solidarität
I would like to talk about solidarity.
Und frage mich, was ist damit eigentlich?
The term solidarity, and I would like to ask myself, what does it mean? Just to give you some context, I wrote a book. I read a book called Education on Solidarity, which was written in the 80s, and even though I do not fully agree with the content on the book, I think the idea is quite interesting to educate people on solidarity, that we can learn to become, to show solidarity. And there were two things that went through my mind. One of the things was everybody is the same, and the other thing is that everybody is completely different, and I do think both thoughts are correct, even though they seem to be completely contrary. Everybody has the same needs, but everybody has also different interests.
Alle Tendenzen, die entsolidarisieren, auflösen.
So with this, if I accept this and understand this, then I can very successfully counter all of these initiatives that are calling for desolidarization. I was listening earlier as to what happens in the US, the scapegoating, this desolidarization,
Antworten auf komplexe Fragen schafft.
Trying to give simple answers to very complex questions.
Rollen.
Just the idea that everyone in their different roles, when it comes to their age, to their status of education, their gender, live in an asymmetrical world, but this should not lead to desolidarization. So solidarity can be learned from cradle to the end of one's life. Because there are so many different roles that I play in a society, but I rely on many other people for my existence. This idea that everyone is responsible for their own success, I think, is quite dangerous. This leads to desolidarization.
Baut auf Vorleistungen so vieler Menschen.
That I was able to study So my existence, as I have it today, is due to so many people who supported me. There are so many other things in everyday life. The water that I have that comes from my tap, the house that I live in, can only exist because other people made an effort. Not just your parents and your grandparents. They're important, but that's not where solidarity should stop. You should think beyond that and expand that solidarity. Thank you.
Vielen Dank für diesen Kommentar.
Well, thank you so much for your comment and for daring to come on stage. Maybe you can also serve as an example, so please, if you would like to comment or ask questions, come up on stage and do so. So Emiliana and Katharina, would you like to comment on that? Otherwise, I would take another look at the transatlantic perspective and ask you, Katharina, in your opinion, in the past week, millions took to the streets. You talked about the sanctuary cities who try to counterbalance the developments. Maybe you could elaborate. What are the things that are working?
Thank you for the comments. I agree focusing on this, what unites us instead of what divides us, is so important. I think this is really important in the United States as well. I think we've seen what happens if we try to break down into too many groups of people instead of acknowledging that everyone actually is facing the same issues, right? This is the thing that keeps coming out of the election sort of discussion is it turns out everyone is just really upset about the economy. It doesn't matter who you are. I think in the United States, and I've been working on this issue for a very long time, we always talk about we have to shift the narrative. We have to shift the narrative to one of inclusion to talking about solidarity, but I also want to just acknowledge that shifting the narrative is really hard. It's really, really hard. And the other side is very well coordinated and they are very well funded. And it just feels like you are sort of walking against a very strong wind when you're trying to do this. And shifting the narrative also is not something that can just be imposed. It has to happen organically. And so I do think one of the things that's really important in the United States, actually before that I should say, we also need to make sure, and I appreciated the mayor's remarks this morning, that the media shifts its narrative because the media also plays an important role here. And for a long time, the media has often echoed the negative narratives about migration, and I know this happens here too. But it is the same in the US, and we talk about the border and we hear languages like floods and waves and, it's never positive. It's only ever this negative crisis language. And that's another thing that desperately has to change. But I think where you begin to change it is at the local level. In the United States, one of the last projects I worked on in my last job before I came to the foundation was to look at how cities across the United States were responding to an increase in migrants coming to their cities. Again, this was partly because of this very strategic, coordinated busing of migrants from the border to Democratic-run cities to try to cause instability. And it was hard. I think exactly as was said this morning, so it was not easy to see what was a very quick rise in the number of migrants who needed support and needed it very quickly, and who, unlike sort of past groups of migrants where there was more of a diaspora to lean on, it didn't seem like this group of migrants had that, and so they needed shelter and legal support and food and medical care. And what cities are doing at a local level, it's very hard, but it's extraordinary because they have to respond, just as we heard this morning. At the federal level, we can talk and we can debate and we can stop any efforts at legislation, but at the city level, cities have to respond. And while there are many critiques that I would say of some of the things that were happening in this immediate response, there was also just amazing collaboration between government officials and volunteers and legal service providers and the faith community and so many others. And I think that's where you begin to see a change in the narrative, is when people actually see, oh, we can do this and this is working and we should do this. And what we said in our report that we wrote at the time, was this phrase, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So by creating new systems to support migrants in these cities, you're also creating systems that support everybody. There are many communities in these cities who have been underserved for a very long time, and building new shelters helps them too, not just incoming migrants. In terms of sanctuary cities, just a note on that. So sanctuary city is not a specific legal term in the United States, but it generally references a city that has made the decision to say we will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. There have been a lot of efforts in both Democratic and, I mean, this happened under Obama and Biden as much as under Republican administrations, to say that when someone is arrested by a local police, that information is shared with federal law enforcement, and that federal immigration enforcement would like just a few days to figure out if we would like to then take this person into immigration custody. And these cities have said, no, we are not going to do this. Because one, many courts have found it unconstitutional, but two, we all know that if you mix these two kinds of enforcement, people lose all trust in their local police. And I've seen this happen even just in the last few months in Washington, D.C., where all of a sudden, any police activity is now suspect. Everyone thinks, oh, it's another raid. Someone's being arrested who should not be arrested, because you can no longer trust in the police, who you're supposed to go to if you need help. And so police departments across the country know that if they work with immigration enforcement, people no longer report crimes, and everything is less safe. And this is why many cities have said, we are cities that welcome. We think migration is a good thing. We think it makes us stronger and a better society. And also, we think that working with federal immigration enforcement causes far more problems than it would ever be worth.
Ich schaue noch mal in die Runde. Gibt es Fragen aus dem Publikum?
I was wondering whether there are more questions from the audience. Well, okay, yes, so over to you.
Hallo erstmal zusammen.
Hello.
Gerne auch kurz vorstellen, dass wir wissen,
You can also briefly introduce yourself. Bodo Weber from the transatlantic think tank, from a transatlantic think tank based here in Berlin. I work on migration policy, and I do have a transatlantic perspective as well. Just a quick question and a comment. Katharina, thank you so much for emphasizing that the migration policy in the US is something that has a long history, a long bipartisan history. We could add that border police and the paramilitarization of border police is also something that is well underway and has been so for a few decades, both under Republican and Democratic administrations. I think in the 1990s, there was such an incident. A paramilitary unit that was active in a border area of 200 miles, a case that is unfortunately quite unknown. And I think you can draw a line here, and you can draw a connection here to the European situation that we have here at the moment. BORTAC, that paramilitary unit, was also used in the cities during the Black Lives Matter protests. And there is a paramilitarization also of ICE. Coming back to the discussion on reception and the narratives on a migration society, Emiliano mentioned that the narrative of a German migration society that started on 2015 has to be differentiated. 2006 until 2010, there was a political consensus on Germany as a migration society.
Der nachhaltigen gesellschaftlichen Verankerung dieses politischen Konsenses, praktisch bevor das passiert.
And then this concept was anchored in society.
Praktisch die
in 2015,
dieses Narrativ ist von der Einwanderungsgesellschaft
This narrative was replaced by crisis and criminalization, in my opinion. So illegal migration, also by the media and by policymakers for internal affairs.
Transatlantisch. Die USA sind ja nun die Einwanderungsgesellschaft per se.
The US is the migration society that we know, and it's different from Germany in that case.
Veränderung der Einwanderungspolitik haben wir auch den
Parallel to the change in migration society, in migration policy making, the discourse has shifted.
praktisch eines weißen Ethnonationalismus, White Supremacies.
Trump, with his white supremacist narrative, is quite prominent. So I would like to ask you, what and how far the American perception of themselves is shifting, and how far does that have to do with a change in demographics, and also something that we can also see in Germany.
Diese Art von Ideologie,
This type of ideology
von Trump auch Inroads gemacht hat bei nicht weißen Wählern, bei Latinos und African.
That this was so successful with non-white voters when it came to Trump's the second election, where Trump was elected to president for a second time. Why was it this narrative, this ideology, so popular among these voters, among Black and Latino voters, for example? Katharina, that question was directed at you.
First of all, I just want to lift up, I think it is very important to talk about the paramilitary culture and outfitting of U.S. immigration and border enforcement. There is a culture there that has become singularly obsessed with we are the defenders of the country. I mean, it really, and this has been happening for a long time. I would say that I've traveled to the border many times across the U.S. southern border. I have talked to many agents in ICE detention facilities, and this is a cultural issue that keeps growing. And one of the things I should say, and then I will get to the question, one thing that makes me very pessimistic is, even if, let's say we have elections, let's say that Democrats come back into power, let's say there is a Democratic president after 2028, we have we have an infrastructure that was already inflated more than you can imagine, that is now, as I mentioned, funded at levels that are unthinkable. But we also will have a border and an immigration force that has explicitly recruited people who want to do this work of rappelling down from a helicopter fully masked and trying to kidnap people, right? And I'm not trying to praise ICE and CBP of 5 to 10 years ago, but there were many people in ICE and CBP, the interior and the border enforcement officials, who were there to sort of do law enforcement, but not to rappel down in masks and just zip-tie children in the middle of the night. And now we will have a force that is full of these people, and I don't know how we undo that. There were two questions. There was the question of the U.S. as a country of migration. We've always been a country of immigrants, and then the question around, what do you make of the fact that there are also many people who voted for Trump who themselves, I do think that I think that the narrative shift on the right has been very effective. I think it's very clear that the whole country of immigrants narrative started to fall apart into we like immigrants when they're the right immigrants, right? And we saw that with Trump even in 2015 in the election, and once he was president, where we talked about people coming from Norway as good, and we talked about people from, using language that I will not use here, right, as bad, and that has fractured. I think many people's it fractured. The foundation of a country of immigrants was already fractured, and the right has managed to really open that fracture very powerfully. So it's sort of like we're a nation of immigrants when it's convenient, but right now it's really not convenient because I don't have enough money and I don't have enough support. And that part is true. And so therefore, and I'm being told that these people are taking my jobs and my benefits, and they're all criminals, and I think that they need to leave. And so I think that it was already fractured, and now that fracture is becoming bigger. The second question, I think, has to do with the kind of sort of growth of populism we are seeing everywhere. People no longer trust in the government, and this was also this was an effective strategy by Republicans to break trust in the US government once Obama came into power. And they no longer see government working for them. This was also said by the mayor this morning. And if this breakdown in trust continues, people will not vote for the same thing that was there before. They want to vote for change. And here's this man who says, I will fix this. I will fix the cost of eggs. This was one of the big things in the US election, was the cost of eggs at the grocery store. And so I think there are a lot of people who said, you may think that I'm voting based on my identity as an immigrant, but no, the most important thing to me is I can't afford eggs at the grocery store. And of course, what they got was something very different than they imagined. So maybe I'll stop there.
Vielen Dank, Katharina. Wir haben eine weitere Frage. Bitte auch kurz vorstellen.
We have another question. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Ich bin Elias Dehn von
I'm Elias Dehn from the Kindernothilfe. I do advocacy work for this Child Charity Foundation. I'd like to come back to the topic of changing narratives. We live in a country where the Federal Ministry of the Interior already talks about the mood in the country as a reason for conducting a very right-wing policy. So we, as civil society, we must start working at the grassroots where hostile strategies start emerging. And that is why we carried out a TikTok campaign with Xenon, a psychosocial center in Berlin working with refugees. And we developed a campaign saying, let the young migrants, the young refugees speak for themselves. What do they think about the German policy? What does it mean for a young person from Afghanistan or Syria when they learn that people are being pushed back at the border? Or what does it mean for them if all of a sudden they learn they cannot bring their families? And so this change of perspective works. I need refugees, that is the name of this campaign, because on TikTok you've got so many people who instigate to hatred, and that is why we need to be more active, especially on TikTok. Thank you for mentioning this, and I think we still have 10 minutes or so, and we do have another question. I'll take this question and then hand over for a final statement of our two speakers. Good afternoon, can you hear me? I am Susanne Rabe. I come from no organization at all. I work as a teacher of Protestant religion. And for me, the topic flight migration is a very important topic that I talk to my pupils about. Let me come back to what the previous speaker said. I like to return to Germany, and sometimes it's hard for me to be silent. And I'm looking for arguments, and what can I say? I was at the Baltic Sea this summer, and I talked to many people there. And there are many people that obviously vote for AfD, and I heard so many things from them. And so maybe a TikTok campaign is a good thing to do. What I heard about is this social hatred. We work all day and they get all the benefits without doing anything. And I'm very much concerned about, and here I also think that the idea of the social campaign is so good. It's the media. Sometimes I wonder, where are the facts? Where is the rational discourse? But in contrast to the United States, I do think we still have a chance to improve the situation. And of course, I hope for the US to get better soon. But we still have more opportunities to prevent things from deteriorating completely. Thank you for this optimistic outlook. I'd like to hand back to the two of you once again, Emiliano and Katharina. What is your take-home message, your lesson learned from this panel? I think we heard about so many parallels between our two countries, the United States and Germany. We also heard a lot about what, in spite of all the things we can do to be active, relearning solidarity. That was one remark we heard. Let me come back to you, Emiliano. What is your practical experience? How can we learn solidarity? What is your take-home message, having participated in this panel? Thank you. Also, thank you for the great statements from our audience. It really shows that the things that I talked about are important, that we must get together in order to think about counter strategies. Thank you for mentioning all of that. And yes, young people. It's the young people we need. Social media activity, that is also something we need.
And Solidarität.
And solidarity. Solidarity is not just a word. There was a writer who has defined solidarity, meaning we are all the same, but we are also different. And that is a word that we don't use too often, because solidarity sometimes is just equal to socialism, and solidarity is oftentimes seen just a word that concerns trade unions and socialists. Of course, in East Germany, the word solidarity was used with a different meaning, but solidarity is important today. We need solidarity in families, groups of friends, whole neighborhoods. And this solidarity must be something that we can take for granted, that we can all rely on. And of course, there were also good proposals regarding social media campaigns and working with young peoples. So let us rediscover the word solidarity, because without this general approach of solidarity, we won't be able to make it. Although we have our specific, very different interests, we must have a sense of solidarity. We do have some short-lived campaigns. But we've seen during the election campaign of Trump that there were so many supporters who thought, well, we can support Trump. He won't do anything against us. But he did, after all. I was wondering, what are these people doing? This will end not well for them. So you should always live your values, walk the talk. But there is this danger that some of the migrants forget their own migrant biography. They supported Trump because they think, well, I have worked hard, I live here, and nothing will happen to me, but we will fight against other migrants. This is a lack of solidarity. Only people that have no sense of solidarity would show envy. And this is the hope that I have. And this is my lesson learned during this panel. Be more active on the ground. And I have seen there are people who are active, who do something. And you also said something about the panels this morning that also focused on the same things that I feel concerned about. And that strengthens me for the work that I'm doing. Of course, I'm enthusiastic again. Of course, I can say, yes, we are on the right track. And I'm going to continue this fight. And I hope very much that we will have the opportunity to meet many times during conferences. Of course, people talk about the media and the attacks on the media. In the old days, they were so lopsided, so one-sided in their coverage. And then they noticed, after the attacks of the right-wing forces, they understood well what it means to be the scapegoats. They just thought that it's the black people, it's the Muslims that will be called the scapegoats by the right-wing movements. Now it's even the media. And now that they notice these attacks or feel these attacks, they act differently. And the media hardly ever got any solidarity. And some journalists now think about their work twice. Think about whether they should focus on the migration course, and that's also a problem if the media self-censors. Thank you. Emiliano, Katharina, how about you? What is your message? You already said you learned something this morning. What is your take-home message from this panel?
I love Emiliano's idea of funding the defense of democracy. And I would say that especially here, when you still can, this is very, very important. I think we don't pay enough attention to this. I think that in the US, there are still a lot of lessons to be learned about what we can do today in this moment. But I think thinking about it as a project to be defended and to be funded is critical. So I just really agree with that so much. I also really love I don't know where they went, the TikTok campaign. I think we've seen in the US the impact that can have, maybe not yet on migration, but if you see, for example, the campaign of the New York City mayor candidate, Zohran Mamdani, his whole campaign has been on social media, and he is connecting with people and resonating with people. And he also is focusing, again, on what are the issues that everybody cares about. New York City is unaffordable. Everyone can agree that New York City is unaffordable. And so I think focusing on these things, and not only sort of the, this group of people over here or this group of people over here is really important. Maybe one other final thing that I would say is, that was also said by Dr. Jung this morning, the federal support cannot be overstated. I think we would have had a very different situation in the United States if the federal government had actually supported cities in what they were trying to do. And of course, that wasn't going to happen, and for a number of reasons, but especially because Republicans would have never let it happen. Republicans are thriving on the chaos that has been caused. But if we actually had coordination and federal support, I think that the crisis, I personally don't like a crisis narrative anyways, but to the extent that it still exists, it would be toned down quite a lot. And I think that is very important as well. So maybe I will leave it there. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Katharina.
Thank you, Katharina.
Wir kommen zum Schluss.
We will now wind up this panel. We have 2 more minutes to go, and hopefully we were able to show you what is at stake, and hopefully we were able to show you how much it means to show courage and an attitude. We talked about bridge narratives, local networks. Emiliano, let me quote you. We need to use our platforms as platforms of empowerment so that we are not alone in our struggle. Thank you for all your wonderful comments and ideas from the floor. We will continue in 15 minutes from now, but first of all, we'll have a short coffee break. Thank you.
Willkommen zurück. Sie, ihr
Welcome
könnt gerne
back.
auch näher kommen, weiter nach vorne, wenn ihr
I would
möchtet.
kindly like to ask you to come to the front as well,
Näher, ein paar Menschen.
so that we are closer together.
Die sind leider besetzt.
Well, these seats are taken, unfortunately. I'll see what I can do later on.
Nächste Stunde sind diese Stühle besetzt.
For the next hour, these seats will be taken. I would kindly like to introduce the panel and the moderator of the panel, Noah Ha, and then I will gladly hand over to Noah.
Nach dem Panel, das sage ich jetzt schon mal, habe ich vorhin schon mal gesagt.
After the panel, something that I mentioned already, we would be happy to keep you for some networking and some snacks. Maybe some red wine. Is there red wine? Otherwise, I won't stay.
Und kleinen Snacks, da haben wir noch ein bisschen Zeit zur Vernetzung.
Just to have some time to get to know each other better and exchange a little bit more.
Extra, so damit ihr einfach miteinander ins Gespräch.
Your organization isn't mentioned on the sticker, and we've done so on purpose so that you ask each other which organization you're working for. And now I can introduce Noah Kaha, Dr. Noah Kaha, for the second time. She is, at the moment, the research director at the DEZIM, the German Center for Migration Research.
Von dem, woher sie beruflich kommt, Stadt-, Migrations- und Rassismusforscherin.
She is a researcher in racism studies and also integration.
Center for Metropolitan Studies in der TU und
she was also employed at the Metropolitan Studies at the Technical University of Berlin and was employed at the Kunstschule Weißensee. She is a counselor in several authorities in Berlin. She works on post-colonial studies and also integration research and racism criticism, as well as migration history and East Germany. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Noah Ha.
Vielen Dank für die.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction.
Ich bin jetzt die Moderatorin des zweiten Panels.
I am the moderator of the last panel.
Ein bisschen sortieren, weil wir hatten einen langen Tag.
We have a long day behind us, and I am so glad that so many have joined us for the last panel today. One of the panelists is connected via Zoom. I'm not sure, Mr. Nia, if you can see us. We can see you. I would like to ask the other two panelists to the stage so that I can then introduce the panel. I would like to welcome Pega Edalazian and Dr. Achim Derks.
Das habe ich mir vorhin abgeguckt.
And a big round of applause for them. We would like to welcome you.
Das Panel. Nee, wir müssen es andersrum machen.
Let's take a different approach. The panel. Well,
angedeutet. Ich sage das auch noch mal in Richtung
I already told Mr. Berks this, and I would also like to tell the other two that we were thinking on how to structure the panel. I tend to not stick to that structure, which is why I would like to introduce everyone and then share some thoughts, and then we can enter into discussion. It is quite important to me that everyone wants to talk to each other and that we can have a lively discussion. So on the screen you can see Stefan Neher. He has been mayor of the city of Rottenburg am Neckar since 2008, and after his studies, after his degree, he studied theology, and then he is especially active in urban development, social housing, cultural cohesion, and social cohesion. So he is an expert for the municipality level, but also an expert when it comes to the debates that we're having on the cityscape, because I do think we need to talk about housing in this context as well. I would also like to introduce Dr. Achim Derks. He is the co-director of the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce since 2004. Before, he has been working with the chamber in different positions, and he studied economic science and social science in Paris, and had his doctoral thesis on redistribution policy making and the federal order. I'm not sure whether we want to talk about the doctoral theses too much because they tend to be quite long. And next to me is Pega Adelatsian. She is a policy researcher and has been the director of the Greens on a federal level. She studied policy research and has been working in several projects on migration, inclusion, and development. She mostly focuses on justice in a post-migrant society and participation in post-migrant society. Thank you so much for being here today.
Das Panel ist überschrieben mit 10 Jahre, 2
The panel is called 10 Years, 2 Turning Points, Many Question What Remains After a Decade of Welcoming Culture and Also Isolation. We have looked at these 10 years in retrospect a lot today. However, in this panel, I would like to address the following question. What do we need in order for us to be where we want to be in 10 years? In the future. This entire day, also in the parallel sessions, we talked both about migration policy and labor migration, because so refugees, the humanitarian aspect, asylum seekers, the common asylum system. We also talked about the red lines of and the breaches of human rights. And on the other hand, we also talked about the municipalities and the level of the municipalities, what happens there. We talked about solidarity and integration into the labor market. I assisted the panel on solidarity and racism. We listened to a perspective from Saxony and from the US. So we looked at the transatlantic context.
Was den Bogen noch mal sehr anspannt, weil die Nachrichten aus den USA und was berichtet wurde.
And this has concerned me quite a lot, I have to say, because the perspective or the situation in the US is quite dire. So we focused on the tension between integration and migration, but also the instrumentalization of this topic for a different type of policy making that is addressed against a democratic society and that severely harms the trust in democratic institutions. So as a moderator, there are several topics that we can address and that I can address now. That we have 3 different perspectives, and I would like to ask you to briefly resume what you think is most important from the past 10 years, from your experience, but also touch upon what you need for the next 10 years and what we should achieve in order to avoid the following. In order to avoid a takeover by non-democratic forces, something that we are seeing in the US. So this is a lot to talk about, and I am interested in your opinion. Where do you see potential? Where are you hopeful? In which ways? And what is the German potential? This morning, we talked about the fact that in Germany we need bureaucracy, we need certain regulations, but maybe we don't in some ways. Maybe there's also potential for innovation. First of all, I would like to ask Pega Edalatsian to open the panel, especially focusing on diversity, because diversity in migration can go hand in hand, but when it comes to diversity, we could also talk about equality of people with disabilities. But migration, racism, and diversity do go hand in hand. And what is your perspective? Retrospectively on the past 10 years, what needs to change, and what are things that have worked well? Well, thank you so much for this quite important question. In 2015, I was a research assistant in a federal parliament, and I saw that people arriving from Syria and people going to the train stations and welcoming those refugees. And then there was this turning point. What can we learn from this turning point? When I was part of that parliamentary group, I saw the following. There were people who, first of all, wanted to welcome the refugees, and they were able to say what they need when it comes to clothes, to financial means, to other things. And then I saw negotiations on means and funding. And there's something that we've learned from that. It is important to provide the financial means and the financial means that are needed on the ground in order to provide everything that is needed. Oftentimes we talk about, well, there are not enough spaces in kindergartens, spots in kindergartens because there are too many people here. Well, the underlying cause is that this infrastructure was completely underfinanced. The kindergartens were underfinanced, so it is easy to scapegoat, to point towards those who have come to Germany rather than pointing our fingers at underfinancing, also at taxing and prevention of these situations. So this is what we need in order to build trust in the institutions of the people so that they don't shift towards the right. I believe that we live in a polarized society. Mr. Merz talked about a cityscape, and then this triggers a strong reaction. How do we react? So on and so forth. So we are, of course, I can criticize Mr. Merz. In many regards, the language that he used is racist. We need to tell it like it is. But what we don't talk about are the points in time of where we joined forces to talk about people who welcomed people into their homes, refugees into their homes, and assisted them with the authorities and so on. So, for example, yesterday I was on Instagram, and then I found someone working in care, intensive care, who is a migrant, and who talks about his relationship with the elderly, and this is so touching. So many of us, and I was raised in the 80s, talked about this type of German grandmother because we didn't have grandmothers here, German grandmothers who taught us many things. So these are the stories that aren't being told. We're constantly focused on crisis, on problems, on difficulties, and that then leads to us thinking, well, everything is just going downhill, and where can I migrate to? So we need to have a reallocation of resources. We need to invest in integration. Quite paradoxically, even though we need people, and I am torn on whether to say it that way because this is an economic perspective. However, we do need people, also from a humanitarian point of view. So on the one hand, we need people, and on the other hand, we are making their lives very difficult and giving them the feeling that they shouldn't be here, instead of making their lives easier through education and integration into the labor market. This is a demand that we can make. And also, we need to make those visible and give those a voice, those that want a diverse society, and tell their stories. Thank you. Well, you touched upon needing people, so I would like to direct my next question at Mr. Derks. You know the employer's perspective.
Fachkräftemangel, Arbeitskräftemangel. Ich denke,
you are an expert in the fields of labor market shortages of skilled labor. So, and how far have the past 10 years led to innovation, or was there more a sense of overwhelmingness? Well, in 2015, we knew that there's lots of knowledge that we didn't have. There were many companies that didn't know what to do when it came to language courses and authorization to stay. And all of these processes, these bureaucratic processes as well. So in the beginning, a lot was being done on the ground through very specific initiatives without looking at the regulations. But we were able to see that this didn't work on a long term. We needed structures in place. So we created a position for a refugee officer, for example, and to train this type of staff in order to not lose that momentum, but achieve successful migration on a long term. And then we had to change the rules because certain funding wasn't applied to refugees and to professional training for refugees, so it didn't work. And of course, at the time, we already had this shortage of skilled laborers, and we had to already support the companies and thus contribute to successful migration and integration. What became clear to us was that this is a marathon. There were certain setbacks. And in the first few years, we didn't focus enough on the issues. Of course, there were people in professional training who stopped their training. There were cultural issues, people who had difficulties with the languages, punctuality, so on and so forth. In public discourse, these topics were discarded, and this is now changing completely. This has changed completely because now we focus only and solely on the negative side and not on the positive side of things. And I do believe that we need to keep the entire picture in mind in order to contribute to social cohesion, and that means that we also accept those who are having difficulties. Of course, the topic of migration also serves as other topics are also being projected onto this field. So this is difficult. In many fields of the industry, so the topic of shortage of skilled laborers is not as important as it was, because there are several companies who are struggling to stay economically viable, and this was not the situation 2015 to 2020.
Antworten darauf zu geben. So kurz
And I
zusammengefasst.
do believe that it's important for policymakers to take a look at that. Without a working economy, an economy that is healthy, the topic of migration will also still remain difficult because it is simply connected.
Ein Beispiel, wo das ganz konkret wird und
An example for that
einfach auch das Thema Wohnungsmangel
is a lack of housing.
extrem stärker geworden, hängt auch nochmal mit.
This has become all the more important in the past 2 years, and of course that is connected to 1 million people from Ukraine. So this is just a challenge that we're facing, and the companies can see that they cannot find housing for their skilled staff. And of course, a lack in housing is a highly emotional topic. And it makes people scapegoat migrants all the more. We need to move away from just asking ourselves that why is this being talked about so negatively, but we need to look at the underlying conditions.
Das schließt sich auch nicht in jedem Fall aus, aber ist, glaube ich, schon nochmal eine wichtige Perspektive, weil ich merke auch.
I believe that it's an important perspective. Internally, the discourse in our company also has changed with regards to the manifold challenges that we are facing.
Anschaue, wenn ich mir den Krieg in der Ukraine anschaue.
Looking at the situation in China and the US, looking at the war in Ukraine, of course, people are insecure. And the public discourse is also quite tense.
So maybe we are going to talk about the changes in geopolitics. But before we do that, we'd like to hand over to Mr. Neer. He is an expert for the municipality, the municipal level. And we also talked about the link with private housing of refugees, especially Ukrainian refugees that found very good housing. How about you? Were there any private initiatives to provide housing for migrants? Is that a topic that is relevant for migration in general or not? Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for also having me online. I have to leave at 6 o'clock sharp because we have elections and I have to attend our council meeting. Trust in institutions. How can we regain trust? And why is it a bit different in Baden-Württemberg compared to other regions of Germany? We didn't have that tipping point yet. Every decision that had to do with migration and immigration, we had unanimous decisions, and there is no refusal, no negative attitude also in our council. So be it the federal, the municipal or regional level, we should no longer just speak about the things we cannot do. I mean, if your heating breaks and somebody comes to repair it and says, I can't do it because it's so complicated, that will destroy your trust in the company that has sent this man. I mean, of course, I do understand voters who say, well, if politicians do not know what to do about that financial situation and how to handle this and that problem, then they would no longer trust them. Of course, things are not so easy, but in Rothenburg and in Tübingen, we work with Mr. Palmer. We have different opinions regarding migration. And of course, we see different ways of handling this topic, be it in Rothenburg or in Tübingen. A lot depends on the person at the helm of the municipality. We have set up our first public housing company in 2017. And so many people say it's public housing companies are a thing of the post-Second World War area. It doesn't make sense to establish one now, but we are absolutely positive about this housing company that we established in 2017 because we could provide housing not just for refugees, but also for the less socially privileged groups. We have built 130 flats. That meant a lot of money, a lot of effort, but it was worthwhile doing that. Also, we had never a deficit of kindergarten, nursery, or school places. We have 45,000 inhabitants. We have 40 kindergartens and 45 schools. And we had so many vacancies that whenever new children came, we never had a problem providing them with a place for daycare or schooling. In 2015, we have set up our first center for refugees, and in a couple of days from now, we are going to inaugurate the next center. And there was never any protests about us spending public money. Of course, I agree with what the previous speaker said. Positive stories are hardly ever told, and the media must also focus more on the positive side of the story. They're too much focused on the negative. We need more positive narratives. Also, we have wonderful examples of people that came in 2015 and 60s. At our grammar school, the best graduates now are coming from Syria or from other countries that arrived, where the parents arrived in 2015-16. Thank you. That was an example of how to do things right. Despite of all the media debates we have, of course, if you plan proactively and if you have a realistic communication, then you don't get resistance, you don't get protests, and you do not get any people who are trying to combat democracy. So maybe we should all follow your examples in order to avoid debates. But we see a political shift at the moment, and that is why we talk about open arms versus closed borders. We have this nationalist debate focusing more and more on the will to close borders. Mr. Dirks, you said for the employer side, it's a question of investment, and it gets more difficult. I have heard many debates focusing on the global perspective. Maybe we do not have so much as a skilled labor problem, but we have a labor problem as such. So it's also a question of discrimination, skilled versus unskilled labor. What do you think we should do?
Ja, wir haben selber im vergangenen Jahr
Last year, we had a campaign,
keine Wirtschaft ohne wir,
No Economy Without Us. We have 27% people employed that have a history, a migration history. And within a couple of weeks, we got many supporters amongst the companies who followed this campaign. There's so many companies that know very well that without employees with a migration history, they could not make ends meet. They couldn't fill the vacancies anymore. And when employers look at the demographic structure of their employees, they understand perfectly well that the next decade is going to become a challenging decade. So the problem of a shortage of labor is present. And all of that is, of course, superseded by the current debate about the weakness of the German national economy. So we had this fact-based discussion, but that is also part of the story. For a long time in politics, people said, well, we do not have any labor problem, skilled labor problem. But nowadays, everybody speaks about it. Everybody talks about the shortage of skilled labor. And it's not so easy as it used to be 3 years ago. And so this differentiation does not take place. Companies know exactly what they are missing. How long can I keep my employees, although it's difficult, but in the third year it gets more difficult. Then it doesn't make sense to say, well, maybe I will need these workers in 5 years from now. If the going gets tough, if there's not enough money, they will have to dismiss employees. That's not only true for Germany, but it's also true for many countries around the world. Of course, many people look at Germany and ask, what's the situation like in Germany as far as racism and xenophobia is concerned, before people decide to apply for a job here. But of course, oftentimes we can say, on the level of the companies, there is no hostility, no xenophobia. Of course, we do see other trends as well. Of course, entrepreneurs also say it's so difficult to find skilled labor in other countries and try to attract it. So it's a bit more complicated in Germany than in other countries to bring them here. Oftentimes,
dass so die Qualifizierung von Geflüchteten, also von Menschen, die schon hier sind, die einfach diese Hürde.
It's maybe easier to look at the people that have migrated here already. It makes sense to train, to qualify them. And of course, that will also mean that those refugees, once they receive due training, they decide to stay here forever, whereas if you attract somebody from outside, they might go elsewhere after a couple of years. I mean, people that have grown up in Germany and went to school in Germany, finding them is not so easy. So we have deliberately decided to take all kinds of different actions. We have always focused on the people that are here already, and it's worthwhile thinking about integrating them. That's good for social peace. And when it came to asylum policy, we have not made many statements because it's not our core competence anyway. You'd better deal with the things where you have some solutions, where you can make a contribution. We have insisted on developing language courses based on technical issues or training issues, having also digital tools for language courses. We advocate the establishment of welcome centers, although maybe at the moment the lack of skilled labor is not as painful as it used to be a couple of years ago. But it's going to happen again. It's like finding housing for refugees. A lot can be said about that in abstract terms, but at the end of the day, it's all about the practical action. That is also one way how we can overcome this polarization in our discussion. Of course, we have many good examples, especially the 5,000 companies that we have in our association. All managers, all entrepreneurs can tell positive stories. We have a very good integration amongst the male Syrian refugees. We have a problem still attracting more women, and this is a topic we will have to keep our eyes on in order to overcome this rather hostile, poisonous debate.
I
have a question to Mr. Meha, and I'd like to come back to what we said this morning. This morning, we've said that when refugees arrive in a municipality, so many things need to be organized. You've said you had a success story in your city. On the other hand, Ms. Bendel this morning talked about the human rights violations. My question to you also concerns the municipal perspective because we're looking at asylum policy and the arrival, and here we have so many different regulators. We have the European Union, the national government, the regional and municipal admin structures. How about you from a municipal perspective? Do you want to have a stronger say, and do you see a potential to develop more solidarity-based and human rights-based policy? Do you think that's a perspective for the municipal actors? Yes, definitely. In Rothenburg, we are a member of the Alliance Safe Haven. Together with Potsdam, we coordinate our all-national network. We had a number of cities, towns that have left our alliance. But we have always said human rights are important. They cost money. We need a safe place for people to arrive and stay. That doesn't mean all people can stay forever, but we need a safe way to come to Germany instead of using the dangerous route across the sea. And so humanitarian issues are taking center stage in our organization. And in our Catholic bishops' city of Rothenburg, it's very important. It's part of our municipal identity to focus on human rights. From a point of view of organization, we in Rothenburg have been able to respond very well, and every city can do the same. When the Ukrainian refugees came, we have rented 120 flats from private owners and have given them to refugees. Stuttgart also had rented 120 flats, and that shows the dimensions, whether to do something quickly or whether to drag your feet and start acting slowly. You also talked about resources, financial resources. For me, it was always clear, I'm not going to wait for a program to apply. So in 2015 and 16, and also now with the Ukrainian crisis, we have always focused on the positive attitude of the people in our town. And so far, we always had enough housing, enough flats. We still have 82 flats at our disposal, so that means we can give some of those flats back to the previous owners because we have no such strong influx of refugees at the moment. So it all depends on the mindset of the city council. That can help to bring people, rank and file people on board. We always offered language courses, both in 2015, 16, and also now for Ukrainian refugees, without even knowing would we get some national funding. We've immediately set up a Ukrainian school for new arrivals so that they could really develop a structure. And of course, we shouldered the costs ourselves, but then, of course, we got some funding later on. And we could also see that there was readiness of the people in our town to help, to participate. That is one of our strengths. And this is also what we want to achieve for all our cities in the City Alliance. And we have set up the Alliance of German Cities because we did not find our topics always adequately addressed at the level of the national government. I am very happy to have so many active people here as speakers in our panel. Many success stories, although we had a very pessimistic attitude in the beginning this morning. Let's talk about democracy now, because migration is not just a question of ad hoc organizing, housing, language courses, and so on and so forth. It's also a topic that has also to do with moods, with creating anxieties, and we see more and more authoritarian political tendencies. We see that on a global scale. We see it in Germany. What is your impression? What do we have to do now? What do we have to strengthen now so that in 10 years from now we will still be a democratic and robust society? I think people in recent decades have understood that many of their most important problems are not being solved. The question of high rents, we have no solution. Infrastructure, public authorities, kindergarten places, German railways with all their technical problems, inflation, and people can no longer save for a rainy day as much as they could in the past. All those problems accumulated without us providing proper solutions. Of course, when we look at the housing market, we would arrive at different conclusions. I mean, it's an international problem. We have to stop speculation, housing speculations. We need more strict and stringent regulation. And we also need investment into infrastructure, into education, so that the most important concerns of the people can be addressed. At the moment, we find kind of compromises. The problems are never finally solved. And then a populist comes and says, I do not recognize any rules. I'm just going to do it. And people would think, well, that's an interesting new perspective. And that is finally a person who doesn't say what is not possible, who wants to go a totally different directive. And for me as a Green politician, I wonder what have we done in the course of the last 10 years so that people turn away and vote for right-wing parties and do no longer believe in the capacity of green or left-wing parties. We have a crisis, a weakness of the progressive forces. What were the problems, the mistakes made by the progressive forces? What do we have to correct for us to be better recognized? For me, as the political executive secretary, I think we have to walk the talk. And the solution is very clear. We have to mitigate climate change. We need more renewable energies. We need to introduce taxes for the very rich. And that way, we must also restore the trust. And we need to do that on the basis of community-based project, being there and experiencing that together we can implement projects. My feeling is we need more tangible action at the moment in order to regain the trust of people, in order to be able to say finally, together we'll have a good future. We also need a transformation that we could so far not implement. We need a social and ecological transformation.
Thank you so much. I saw Mr. Neher smiling at some point. I think that is when you talked about taxing the wealthy. But I remember you saying that you need to leave us at 6 p.m. However, I wanted to ask you, the challenges that the society faces and the transformation that we face is imminent, and we cannot ignore that. Do you also have the impression that the trust in institutions is eroding, and in how far, when it comes to your perspective on a municipal level, and how far can that perspective can be adapted to the federal level as well? Well, in Rothenburg, I believe that we are better equipped than other regions when it comes to finances. We have the highest investments into infrastructure in our city that we've ever had. We now invest in 1 year as much as we used to invest in 5 years. So all of the kindergartens that are there were either newly built or renovated, the 38 that we have. And so we need to find new things to do. So I believe the infrastructure here is quite good. One field in the past few years, and this applies to all governments, is important, is that if there is an issue, policymakers tend to give us the feeling that, oh, we will find a solution, and they are not welcoming the initiative by citizens. Whether that be inclusion and the path to citizenship. So a lot was promised, and there were a lot of costs incurred. Lots of promises were made that they were not able to keep. So the taxes allocated, there were not sufficient either. And if that were to change, I believe that would be a proof of trust. If in the administration we would trust each other more, we need to report to the federation, to the land as well. And of course, there are audits in the administrative sector. And we could already do away with some bureaucracy if the institutions had more trust in one another. If we weren't checked that much, there were not as many audits. And I do believe that would simplify internal processes and also cut costs. Solve people's problems, I fully agree on that. Something that I can see as well is that we need to call the issues by their name, but we need to include everyone and not exclude people. So when he mentioned the Stadtbild, the cityscape, and when he made that remark, that is detrimental to what we want to achieve. People, migrants, especially Muslim citizens, are given the feeling that they do not fully belong. They are marginalized. So they are given the feeling that they are not fully accepted. And they're put into a corner where they do not belong, and they are simply marginalized. So we really need to pay attention to that. Of course, we have our political and religious differences as well, but anyone who wants to exert their human rights should not be halted in that. Und wie können wir Menschen bestärken, zu sagen, so wie ja die Christen das ja auch irgendwann lernen mussten, dass religiöse Gesetze zurückzunehmen haben gegenüber laws, of course, need to be subjugated to federal laws. That is clear. That is something that we as Christians also had to learn at some point. So on the one hand, their own culture should be upheld, and we can benefit from that as well. But we need to ask the people also to commit more in several associations, whether that be musical associations or other types of work that they can, and other types of other ways of contributing to society, and sports as well, for example.
Ich gebe Ihnen da recht, vorher war von der Berufswelt die Rede, dort ist am ehesten die Begegnung zwischen Migranten und schon immer hier lebenden.
On the labor market, there are the most points of contact of migrants and people who have lived here always. But during leisure time, this is also the case, so we need to look at that as well. Oftentimes, there are these bubbles, and there's not enough contact between several groups.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank für Ihre Perspektive.
Thank you so much for your sharing your perspective. So you called upon us to take a clear stance, but also telling us on how the institutions themselves can create that trust if the institutions trust other institutions, so create internal trust. I would like to ask the audience, maybe there are one or two questions, because we do have some time left. If you would like to participate, then this would be your last chance, because then we will get to the end of our long conference. If you do have a question, please raise your hand. I can see that somebody's raising their hand here. Maybe, does anybody else have another question? Then we would have two. Well, no? Okay, then let's start here in the front.
Meine Frage ist gerichtet an.
My question is directed at Mr. Dirks.
Aus der Unternehmensbereich und es geht Arbeit.
You come from a company perspective and you talked about labor, the labor market and refugees. Yesterday, before running to class, I had to accompany my mother to a job interview. She is a job seeker and has been so for quite a few years. However, she does not have the requirements to enter the German job market, to have a B2 certificate, C1 certificate in German. She would like to work in a bakery. However, they're asking her to have training already, which she doesn't have. She has work experience that she has gathered in Afghanistan, also here, but she doesn't have a certificate to prove that. So this is not the first case that I have witnessed. So many people, because I'm from the same background, the people want to work, but the labor market is asking too much of them and is setting unrealistic requirements. In my mother's case, she is a single mother, has 3 children, underage children, and she did not speak German very well. She is not literate, and German is not an easy language. She would like to integrate, she would like to work, but whichever job she chooses has such high requirements so that she doesn't even dare to apply.
Also wird darüber überhaupt gesprochen, dass
is that something that is addressed in the companies, that we need skilled workers, but what do we ask of them? Is that really what we need, or do we really just need people who want to work, who have the right work ethic? Thank you.
Das ist natürlich immer sehr vom Einzelfall abhängig.
Well, this depends on the individual case. It might not sound good, but that's the case. So
auch wenn sie keine Ausbildung als Koch gemacht haben.
The formal requirements aren't always there. You can work as a cook even though you didn't have training as a cook. With other professions, of course, there are formal requirements. If you would like to work as an educator, you need to have the training. Otherwise, you're not allowed to work in that field. So it depends on the profession.
Zweites Thema Deutschkenntnis.
Secondly, knowledge of the German language. Well, this also varies. It depends whether you have to work with clients, whether you have to be in customer service and talk to people, work in a shop and talk to people. So this simply requires good knowledge of the language, which is why so many companies, during training and accompaniment, are emphasizing language classes for integration. And with training, we have the requirement B2, German B2 level is simply the requirement, because otherwise frustration will happen, because during professional training, the people will simply not be able to follow the classes if they do not have a B2 certificate in German. So this is not a question of discrimination when setting these requirements, because it also depends on how successful they can be in everyday work life. So we need to look at individual cases.
Mitarbeiter den Kollegen.
Looking at the companies, there are so many companies where the co-workers help the new employees with German.
Auch als Kollege gibt es zuhauf, weil nur so, und das meinte ich vorhin.
Other employees, co-workers who are holding German classes even after work. So there are so many examples for that as well, because only then can it be successful. Of course, there are prejudices and the requirements are high, of course, and that is then to the detriment of the company, because at the end of the day, they will not find anyone to fill that vacancy.
Beruflichen Tätigkeiten dann doch eine Bedingung, erfolgreich sein zu können.
But in general, to be successful, you need to learn the language. Unfortunately, that is the case. And in many, many fields, this cannot really be changed.
Es bleibt eine Lücke an der Stelle.
There is a gap that we cannot simply skip. However, after 2015, I do believe that we have been quite successful in many cases. We were able to have successful language courses, but what I can see, for example, there was a company with apprentices who all came to the country in the same year, and I could, after 2 years, I could look at their levels. They were all about the same age, in their 20s. One person spoke German fluently, and the other person did not at all. So there are individual differences there when it comes to the language skills and the capacity to learn quickly. And that's what makes it so challenging. And it is, as I said before, a marathon. If we were to look at it differently, I don't think we would be honest about it, and we need to have a differentiated look. Of course, integration into the labor market is never easy. Of course, to your specific situation, I cannot judge that specific situation, but I do believe that it is simply the way it is. Of course, there are efforts underway, but knowledge of the German language is, at the end of the day, quite important in Germany for success. Somebody else? Oh, yeah, I do believe that we need to be quite honest. And to be frank, we have many hurdles, and the integration into the labor market could be much faster. Recognizing certificates, language courses. Many language courses were removed. They are not available anymore. The funding was cut. Certificates or levels are required. So, for example, B2, where it's simply not needed in a certain job. I was in Thuringia, and somebody said that some companies require a level of language that have nothing to do with the job, or they trained people in the healthcare sector where there's a large shortage in skilled workers. So they trained those workers, and then the migration authority did not give them the certificate to stay. So they weren't able to stay in Germany and then, or in that province, and then they went to Baden-Württemberg. So this person was quite concerned, and the discussion that was had, for example, the Christian Democrats were saying, well, we need to choose the people to come here. We need to go to the countries who come here, and the people that came aren't the ones that we chose. So, and then I asked him, well, what is your opinion? There's such a demographic shift. And then he told me, well, I don't care whether whether we chose the people who then came here, the people that are already here, I would love to have to train them. So it is also an ideological discussion, and I do believe that there are other measures that need to be taken.
Vielen Dank. Ich glaube, jetzt der letzte Einwurf hat noch
Thank you so much. Maybe it is now quite clear that there has a lot that has been done in the past 10 years. But there are also things that we cannot differentiate that well anymore. What's the responsibility of the federal level? What responsibility lies at the municipal level? What the freedom of movement of the migrants? So many different factors. There's a lot to do. But I do believe that today
Zwischenraum erkundet. Ich habe heute Morgen gesagt, lassen Sie uns Debatten führen, dass wir da ein bisschen hinauswachsen.
Many debates, and we had many different impulses and insights. We had also positive success stories that we shared. There are lots of success stories that can be shared. However, we need to stay true to ourselves and be clear that things don't happen overnight.
Nachhaltig zu entwickeln, braucht es Zeit.
For sustainable development, we need time, we need to plan ahead.
Schnell funktionieren, ist man damit auch gleich, macht man sich gleich angreifbar. Aber ich denke, wenn wir da einen Konsens haben, dann
I believe that if we can come to a consensus, we could be on a good path. So on that remark, I would like to close the panel and thank all the panelists, those that were joined us via Zoom, but also those that are here. I would like to thank the audience. Thank you for staying with us the entire day. A few of you I know have been with us since the morning. So thank you so much also to all of the moderators, to all of the other speakers, and thank you so much to the Heinrich-Böll Foundation who organized this event. Of course, I would love to also thank Mekonnen Mishkena from the foundation.
Und ein ganz besonderer Gang geht auch an
and especially Miriam Kamara,
durch den Tag geführt
who guided us through this day
und Miriam kommt jetzt noch mal mit
in such a good way. And Miriam, I would like to ask you to the stage because you have the honor to give the closing remarks. A big round of applause for Miriam.
Ja, jetzt hast du mir alle Worte weggenommen.
Well, I don't know what to say now, but I am left with so much food for thought. I would, of course, like to wish for more success stories to be shared, but also for more people's lives to be impacted and more people to be able to tell those stories. A lot has been said about trust, regaining of trust in policy making, but also doing away with bureaucracy. In my opinion, we did talk about integration. However, we could delve deeper into that, but I believe that I think we all know it's not just a question of the competencies and willingness to integrate into Germany, whether someone can integrate well or not. There are other factors that influence that.
Lebe in Berlin und bin auch Berlinerin.
I live in Berlin, I come from Berlin, and Berlin is quite diverse. Berlin has many faces as well, and I do believe that we need to come closer together. And to be honest, of course there are success stories that can be told, but other challenges that still lie ahead of us. What I would like to see is that human rights remain at the center, or come to the center of debate, and not just migration, looking at migration and integration, focusing merely on shortage of skilled workers, but focusing on human rights. And if we can do so, then I do believe that we can come closer together, look each other in the eye, and say that we are all have the same rights. So I would like to thank you for coming here today, and would like to invite you to stay for some networking. You can have discussions, debates, do some networking, and enjoy the snacks until 7:30. There is red wine, as far as I know. Mekonnen is not sure either. Well, the snacks are downstairs. You're welcome to stay and come back next time. Thank you.
Noah hat es schon gesagt, aber
and Noah has already said it. Nobody can stand up before I thanked the technicians and the interpreters. Thank you.